And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, edition number 48. Welcome, everyone, to your weekly dose of Open StarCraft. We're here to find out who will get that tuna. As I'm, of course, your host Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players! !B in the chat to have a look at the back of yourselves. The bracket is live, it's up and running and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. We have our first series, we have our first matchup, we have our first competitor. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of Hong Kong representing Team Hyper 1. It is Go Joey. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the ex-Zerg player, now Protoss, full-time, maybe? Copium. We have from the land of the UK, it is the red Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Yeba. Let us go. We are settling into our PvZ to kick things off. Eba going straight for the expansion, going straight for the Nexus here at his natural. Go Joey spicing it up, going for a hatchery just outside, also at the gold base, but on the other side of said gold. Okay, I'm ready for some nonsense. So with this gold base being taken on the right hand side, the added benefits of this is that you get access to this gas geyser, a rich Vespene gas geyser here on the other side of the wall, as opposed to the standard gas geyser here towards the left hand side instead. So it is a little bit more lucrative, that is true, but it's also that much more exposed as well, exposed to the elements, exposed to your opponent. Go Joey, what is our plan? How do we approach this? I'm curious, I'm excited. So now we are settling on in. You have Eba going for his own gate expand into Cybercore back at home. My apologies, it is going to be a 2-gate opener out of Eba, not a gate expand. It's Cybercore, as I was mentioning. So 2-gate opener. With this, we're going to be going for some Adept Harass early on. The gold base is being prioritized, of course, here by Eba as well. And Eba is confirming that the gold base has been taken. There we go. Big scout here from Eba. Going for the gold, does get eyes on the saturation. And Eba, with this 2-gate opener, is going to be able to punish. Is going to be able to get across the map as quickly as possible with the depths and harass and try to punish this mineral line. Now, Go Joey has spotted the opener. You can see here with the Overlord, he has seen both gateways, so Go Joey is aware that the depths are on the way. It's going to be on Go Joey to minimize his losses to, I imagine, get into Lings, maybe even get a Spine Caller here. I'm curious if we can defend, if we can save these workers. We'll see. Behind this, Go Joey going for his third at his natural location. Let's go. And it's going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Eba, feeling like Glaive Adepts. I mean, it could still be something different. It could be something along the lines of a Dark Shrine opener of DTs. It's also viable. We shall see. I'm just catching up with the chat. I'm just catching up, but here we go. The gateways are finishing up. Gateways are finishing up as we speak. We have not gone for a robo. Interesting. So it's going to be 4-gate glaives, I imagine, once we have the resources for it. But because there's no robo, it looks like this might be a macro variation. What I'm referring to here, as we haven't invested into a robo, that means that there's no warp prism, means that there's no way to reinforce across the map, means that we're just going to be warping in our depths here back at home, shading out, and we expand. Speaking of, there it is, there's the Nexus. The money that we would have spent on a robo is now being spent on the Nexus instead. So, again, a macro variation of 4-gate Glaive Adept. Okay. So we'll see how this all comes together. We'll see if we can get some value here. As the Adepts are going to be amassing, we're waiting for a second warp in. Once Warp Gate is done, of course, it is finishing. Delayed robo here out of Eba. Going for the Forge. And behind this, Go Joey, he's been freely mining from not just the gold minerals, but also from the interesting gas geyser as well. So an abundance of minerals and gas. We're going for a Roach War, and we are pushing out off of Hatch Tech. There we go. Lair is now on the way for Go Joey. Lair is in production. Lings are pushing in. As the Lings move in, here come the Adepts. Uh-oh. And we should be able to deny this third base. We can dive on that Nexus, but at the same time, Adepts, they do shade towards that third of Go-Go Joey. And they do get dealt with. Good positioning here with the Lings, good positioning with the Roaches. Adepts have dealt 0 economic damage so far as we shade in towards the main. We do commit to the shade. And drones will finally be going down. 1, 2, 3 drones going to be falling. Going to get a 4th. And barely a 5th drone towards the end. So 5 dead workers for all those Adepts. I'm not so certain that was quite worth it. Now, thankfully, Eba does defend back at home. I'm a little bit shocked, but the Nexus did survive, I believe. Oh, my mistake. The Nexus was killed. That was a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. Ay. Go-Go Joey looking strong here. And now we can push. Now we can move out of depths. Once again, going to be shading out towards the gold. There is a Spine Crawler in position. Lings turn back around. Adepts, they commit to the shade. Oh, good. And again, the Spine Crawler is waiting for them. 1, 2, 3 drones go down. 3 drones for 4 Adepts. Meanwhile, Go-Go Joey focusing on his push. Ravagers have arrived. We can bile down the wall. There is an Immortal, though. There is that Immortal. Now we're going to be slowly pushing forward here. Show us the vials. Oh! Barely grazing the army. Not the connections we were hoping for. And with that, Go-Go Joey is going to have to back off. Shaves off a couple of units here and there, but we're bleeding out a lot of Lings. A lot of Lings are going down. And we're going to be losing some Ravagers as well. This is not worth it, by the way. 1, 2, 3 Ravagers here. The overcharge putting in a lot of work. Go-Go Joey did overextend. Bleeding out Lings is one thing, but bleeding out Ravagers is another. Overlord getting caught out. Go-Go Joey going to be reinforcing. Moving out with his Lings, going to try and get us around. Can he catch the Immortal? That's going to be huge. Up. And we do collapse on the least on top of the Sentry. Sentry goes down, and yeah, we're going for the Immortal as well. There's no escape. Eba caught with his pants down. Ay. Bleed out the Immortal, bleed out the Sentry. The Stalker's going down as well. There is no blink. Good catch from Go-Go Joey. Up. Barely gets the Stalker. And Overcharge, I believe, is on cooldown. It's on cooldown. We're breaking through. We're trying to at least. Yeah, we get shut down. Sentry has arrived. There's the Overcharge. It's now being popped. And Go-Go Joey being forced back for a moment. Is forced back, but again, it's only Adepts and 1 Immortal. The Immortal's putting in a lot of work, but we're running out of shield battery energy. And Go-Go Joey looks like he's finally done it. He has finally broken through. We do have another Warping of Stalkers, though. And a second Immortal has arrived. We focus on as many Stalkers as we can. The Immortal's going ham. Boys are being pulled. And Eba holds. But at the same time, is on 2 bases. Denied mining here at the gold. Now, Go-Go Joey doesn't have the most amazing economy behind this, but he's expanding, taking another hatchery, reinforcing with more Roaches, Ravagers, and Lings. Miles, connecting with the Sentry. Okay, we need a little bit more time here to gather up energy for the Overcharge. Eba, can we hold on? The problem here is that as Eba's defending on these 3 bases, Go-Go Joey, he's droning, expanding, getting further ahead. Just getting further ahead here as we start to step forward. We focus down the Immortal. And we're down to a handful of units remaining here. Eba is up against the wall. And he just cannot hold on. GG gets called. Go-Go Joey takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, a solid game there from Go-Go Joey. I mean, I say a solid game. It was a very interesting opener as well. For him to go for the goal base on the other side. We saw that Eba was attempting to punish him, but wasn't really too active at all with his Adepts, at least initially. Wasn't able to move out, wasn't able to really punish that gold whatsoever. And Gogojoy made full use of that gold base, was able to punish Iba instead. GG, well played. GG, well played. Again, was a risky move from Gogojoy, but got away with it. Iba, meanwhile, his build was very interesting, right? The 4-gate Glavedep, but like the macro variation, and yeah, it was a wild one. Was a wild one. As we're just messaging the players and making sure that the correct servers are being made. Oh. Here we go. Meanwhile, when it comes to the bracket itself, we can go over it in a moment. Once we wrap up with our series. Can dive on said bracket. We'll get there, we'll get there. But yeah, we have some returning players. We have our regulars as well. But we are missing one player. Unfortunately, there is a player that's missing, and I'm getting ahead of myself. But now we're still focusing on our best of 3. Still are focusing on it. As we have some updates coming in. There's some updates coming in, but here we go. You can hear the beeps. Game number 2. It's going to be on Alkione. Let's go. Let us go. I'm catching up in the chat. You missed a chicken. Ah, Optimus, no. Smash. What if I jumped into a VC and casted the game? Este lechito. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Este milk. But here we go. We're diving into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione. We have our red Protoss player from the land of the UK committing to Protoss here, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Iba. Looking to bounce back in this series as he is up against the wall and spawning in the top right-hand corner. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of Hong Kong representing Hyper 1. It is Gogojoy. Let us go. Again, was just catching up. For those that are curious, for those that are maybe unfamiliar with our players, I should emphasize as well that Iba is mainly a Zerg player, does stream quite often, and he's an up-and-coming and very strong player in the European region, to be honest. Is an Epic Land champion as well, from I think last year, if I remember correctly. Maybe 2 years ago at this point. But Iba is one of the best in the UK. But doesn't enjoy certain matchups, is what I will say. He typically does avoid the ZVZ matchup, and he enjoys off-racing instead. Very similar to some other players out there, like Rainer, for example, where he avoids the ZVZ and goes for an off-race instead. Does believe he has a better success with that instead, or does just enjoy it more. So Iba going to be off-racing here against Gogojoy. And can we bring it back? I want to believe we can. Again, Iba has some pretty impressive Protoss play. We have seen him take down some big players in PvPs. That is true. We've seen him go toe-to-toe with players like Cristiano, for example. Cristiano, he is our back-to-back Sparkling Tuna Cup champion, by the way. So for Iba to keep up with Cristiano, I mean, that does say something. I would still favor Cristiano, don't get me wrong, but Iba can threaten him with his Protoss. As I do see Gogojoy going for his third base. Everything looking normal. Hatch gas pool into a third. No additional gas mining. No rush into a Bailey nest or a Roach Warren or a lair. Standard game at a Gogojoy. And we should be expecting standard play as we're loading into Alkione. Again, a very large map in the map pool, a very macro-oriented. The 3 and even 4 base setup is very secure on this map. So I'm sure Eba is looking to go for a much more standard game this time. And there it is. We have the Stargate. Now, this should be for oracles. It should be leading into a third base, into a longer macro game. Something a lot more stable compared to the chaos that we had in game 1. This is what I'm expecting. Meanwhile, I was expecting an Oracle, but no, it's going to be a Void Ray. Okay, Eba has the option to spice things up here. Now, with a Void Ray opener, the goal is going to be to shut down these Overlords. We have one Overlord coming into the main, we have one Overlord here outside of the natural, we have another Overlord out by the Zelnaga as well. Now, these are going to be the 3 targets for this Void Ray. We'll see if we can hunt all of them down. The wise move here would be to ignore this Overlord, go across the map, and try to hunt down this Overlord first, the one that just now turned around. If we can kill this Overlord, then we can secure our kills on these other 2, as they're further out on the map, and they're unlikely to make it back home. We can see that the Eba goes for the Overlord in his main, and now is skirting around looking for another. Meanwhile, Gogo Joey pulls back quick, does pull away. And with the death of these Overlords, it also means that Gogo Joey's in the dark. It means that Eba could go double Stargate Void Ray, double Stargate Phoenix, could rush into Skytoss, could go into Glaver Depths. There's a lot of options available here to Eba, and that is a fast Twilight Council. So it's going to be a single Void Ray into an Oracle, into a Twilight Council. So this looks like Glaves. This looks like Glaver Depths once again. It could be something else. We could go for a Blink-based 8-gate all-in. That is true. We have seen that variation off of this as well. Charge is also an option, but I'm leaning towards mainly Glaver Depths. If not that, Blink. As a reminder, there is no Forge. There are no upgrades. And we're waiting for our tech of choice. What do you have for us? And it is going to be Charge. Okay, interesting. I wasn't convinced that it was going to be a Charge base all-in, but I mean, we were warping in Zealots. That was a tip-off. Zealots were warped in, and yeah, it's going to be Charge. So this is something that is very uncommon, very unpopular. So I'm really excited to see how it plays out. For now, we have 6 gateways. 6 gateways in total. If we're going for a Charge base all-in, we can probably throw down additional gateways as well. Forge is on the way. Interesting. That's going to be for +1. So I believe we're going for an initial Zealot push, and initial Zealot timing. Now, this is not going to be an all-in, but it's designed to kind of hit Gogo Joey at a really weird moment when Gogo Joey should be droning and we shouldn't have an army. So this build is designed to catch Gogo Joey with his pants down. Lings are cleaned up. Zealots are moving out. Charge is almost done. Again, this is going to be a very crisp timing with Charge. And here we go, Eba's pushing. And again, back at home, what does Gogo Joey have? He has a handful of queens, he has 0 roaches, and only 3 lings. This is what we spoke about. This timing right now is so unorthodox and so strange. Gogo Joey does spot the army, he's making roaches. Gogo Joey, he was supply blocked. And Gogo Joey, he has very little to work with, other than his queens. We can see 8 roaches are in production. We do force a cancel on the 4th base. Good damage already here by Eba. And now we're pushing in. It looks like Eba's taking a little bit too long though, because roaches have now arrived. We do collapse on this army. As the roaches, they're working their way through into the natural, and they do, oh, barely not bust in. And Gogo Joey able to amass a large enough roach army in time. Did lose his 4th base, but he does defend against the push. Ooh, as a good chunk of drones go down. Oh my god, that's going to be 12 dead workers in total. Gogo Joey taking a big blow there. And behind this, the Zealot survive. The Zealot, they survive. They're racing back home. We have Immortal production on the way. It's going to be double Robo, double Immortal production. Temple Archives +1. Archon's going to be on the horizon as well. Potentially Storm. Eba, he did enough. Did more than enough. And now Eba pushing out once again. Is pushing out. Zealots are going to be forced back. Which is rotating around. And Gogojo is stabilizing. Now, as he's stabilizing, he's taking up and getting ready for his second wave. Now, when it comes to the second wave, it's going to be terrifying. We have 3, soon to be 5 Immortals. We have Archons on the way as well. This looks like the Cristiano build, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, this does feel like the Cristiano, or at least a variation of the Cristiano build. I'm sure maybe there was another player that started it. But I know that Cristiano has been quite fond of it, and here we go. We have 2 more Immortals on the way. Eva amassing his army. Soon going to be pushing out, splitting up his forces. Bold move here by Eva, as he does expand. Ooh, nice sniper by Gogojo. He gets the sentry. Sentry goes down, good kiting as well. Gogojo just out trading his opponent of the Immortals. They have arrived. And with the Immortals being dragged out of position, we see Gogojo hitting that third base. But the Immortals, they pop out just in time from the Robos. Good defense here by Eva. Eva does hold. And now Gogojo is in a bit of trouble. I've been focusing a lot on Eva's tech, on his composition, on his eventual push. And the push is coming. And how do we defend against it? From the side of the Zerg player. Gogojo, he might be about to max out, but the suit does lie. This supply here is inefficient. He's working with Roach Hydra. No lurkers. We do need a backbone to this army. Without lurkers, it is going to be a tough hold. See Gogojo pushing forward. Jesus, how many Immortals do we have? We have 9 Immortals! 9 Immortals, but yeah, we can break on through. We can try to shut down the Archons at least. Archon's going to be going down. Can we get on top of the Immortals? Storm isn't done, but it's finishing up in a couple of seconds. And there we go. Storm does complete. We have mass Immortal Storm here for Eva. And the Hydras cannot push into this. Now, we could try and be greedy. The Hive is about to finish. I was going to say we could try and go into a Greater Spire, for example, for Broodlords. But a Lurker Den should be prioritized. And this Lurker Den, it's late. Typically you want it lined up with the Hive so you can start up the upgrades immediately. But the upgrades are going to be delayed. And Eva's pushing. Catch a Void Ray. Eva pulling back. Trying to keep up with the army of Gogojo. Gogojo is going to be rotating around here towards the right-hand side. He's got his 2 forces, forcing Eva to split up as well. Do clean up some Zealots, but Eva is holding on, throwing down some Storms. But honestly, Gogojo, he's doing a great job at just keeping Eva busy. What's happening right now is that Gogojo is working towards the Lurkers. The Lurker Den is almost done. Just now finishing. Meanwhile, Eva staying on a low supply here, just constantly trading out units. Units he can't afford to lose. Or can't afford to replace. Eva moving out through the center. We have Lurker range on the way in production. Decent Storm. Immortals push in. Gogojo not quite in position, but he's collapsing on top of those Immortals. Gets one. Oh, gets a second Immortal as well. Again, without Storms, these Immortals are so exposed. Where are the Storms? Uh-oh. Where are they? We have one High Templar across the map. We take down the hatchery, but Immortals are falling left and right. Expensive losses there for Eva. They're forced to recall. And that was, what, 7 Immortals going down, 8 High Templar. Do we have any High Templar left? We do not. It's purely Immortal Zealots. Eva slipping up here. Without Storm, we saw what happens. We saw that Gogojo can just pick this army apart, and now we have the Lurkers on the way. High Templar being warped in, they're late. Everyone being morphed into an Archon, which is necessary, but at the same time we need some Storms. We need everything. We do need everything here. As Eva does expand, taking the gold behind this on a good worker count, don't get me wrong. Lurkers are pushing in. We have two prongs coming forward for Go-Go Joey. We collapse on the gold. That's a kill, not a cancel on the gold base. And Go-Go Joey pushing in between the natural and the third. Lurkers in position. Do we have detection? We do. Oh, we did. Uh-oh. Observer was sniped and the Lurkers are going ham. There's no detection. The Lurkers. Yeah, a bunch of free damage on the army. We have to give up. We have to pull back. At the same time, that counterattack. Ooh, eviscerates a mineral line, takes down a base. Now, Eva's main army is still terrifying. Like, this massive mortal, like, force from Eva can clean this up. And counterattack. And Go-Go Joey doesn't have a lot to work with. Where's the push? 12 immortals, by the way. At some point, Eva, he's just gonna throw caution to the wind and move out across the map. He has a death ball of an army. This army can end the game. And then the game, and here we go. We move out, we catch the queen. Lurkers in position. But only a handful of Lurkers. We send in the storms. Oh, brutal. Brutal storms on the Hydras. The Lurkers are going down, and it looks like Eva has done it. Eva's breaking through the Lings. They're too little too late. Lings would have been amazing earlier. They would have done such a great job at buffering. As we barely did snipe that Observer. That Lurker going ham. Up. Trying to get an immortal. Does get one. One immortal goes down. Token Swarmers comes out. Storm once again on the Hydras. And Eva has been able to bounce back. Time is working against Eva, but for the most part, Eva, he has enough of the lead. It's fine. Another counterattack on the right hand side. Zelt at the gold base. We're down to 10 immortals. Still more than enough. So we back over, rotate around. We snipe a base. Wait for detection. Observer has arrived. With the help of this Observer, now we can push in once again. In position, we take down one Archon. But yeah, the army is just melting before the Immortals. And Eva has done it. GG gets called. We tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Oh, again, Eva going for a very interesting style here. Again, we've seen it before. We saw something very similar out of Christiana against Reina a couple of days ago. And again, this is why I associate it with Christiana. Has been doing this build for a very long time, for over a year at this point. And yeah, it's just building up this death ball of an immortal count is crazy, papi. It is crazy. And with that, we're getting into the ace match. Eva just messaged me. He's like, I can do 5,000 things wrong, but it's fine because I can make immortals. And here we go. We're getting in game number 2. Número 2. Meanwhile, we have some updates going on here in the brackets. We're going to be going through those updates momentarily. Oh my god, David's popping off. David! Here we go. We're diving into the ace match. Game number 3. It all ends here. It all ends on Amphion. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our blue Zerg player from the land of Hong Kong, representing Team Hyper 1, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it all back? It is Go Joey. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of the UK. It is Eva. Go. This is it. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to this final game. And I'm curious, Amphion is an interesting map. With this setup, we can go for a pretty secure 2 and 3 base setup here from the side of the Protoss, even a 4 base setup as well. My eyes are mainly on Go Joey to see how he's able to break a defending player like Eva. What is the plan? What is the plan here? For now, we do have a gate expand. Gate expand into Cybercore. Standard opener here out of Eva. Meanwhile, Go Joey back at home, getting into his hatch gas pool, forced to take the unnatural natural. So things are going to be a little bit more awkward in the early game. But honestly, on a map like Amphion, there's no reason not to just go for a Stargate initially and get into the mid game. I'm not expecting too much aggression out of Eva early on, but we'll see. We shall see. As we're just waiting for our tech to finish up. When it comes to the map itself, there is an entire section of the map that's cut off here by mineral walls and rocks. Very similar to Crimson Court, I suppose, except it's only on one side of the map. As we have rocks and minerals here to break through towards the left. Because of that, it can be a little bit more awkward to actually apply pressure in these areas, especially with the high ground here at this triangular third. We have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of Eva. Behind this, going for our third base as well, Go Joey, expanding, taking his third, shuts down the pylon, and will take the hatchery. Adept getting here a little bit too late. The goal for Eva going for the pylon block was not just to delay the expansion, but to delay it long enough for the Adept to arrive. And the pylon was dealt with. And Go Joey's third wasn't delayed for too long. Ooh, I say that one drone goes down. Up! Oh my god. No! A very nasty position here from Eva. And actually lay siege upon the mineral line from the high ground. Second Dev has arrived. We catch a couple of transferring workers. 3 drones go down. That's 4 in total. When I say 4, that's going to be 5. Aye. 5 drones in total going down. Finally, the Adept does fall. But that was a pretty good start here by Eva. Very nice start. Following this up, we have the Oracle moving out. This time it's going to be an Oracle first, not a Void Ray. And interesting, we are actually avoiding... Okay, I was like, are we skipping the second Oracle? Nah, it's on the way, just a little bit delayed. It's fine. The way. Ling's gonna cross the map. No shield battery. The Adept getting low. And the Adept, ooh, barely goes down. Pick up from Go Joey. And we've yet to really commit to any tech of choice here. Lair is now on the way. Momentarily, we should be seeing a Roach Horn. If we don't, it could just be Ling Hydra. Go Joey is more of a Roach player. We'll see. Game settling down. Oracle's being active. 2 Oracles ahead towards the third base. 3rd Oracle's in production. Wing's not quite ready, though. Okay, we dive into the mineral line. 3, 4 drones going to be going down. 5th drone towards the end. Good pick off overall. Oracles that can back off, regenerate their shields, and go in once again. always jump back in. Meanwhile, Go Joey, he has opted to skip the Roach Warren. That is a Banelioness instead. So this could be Lingbane Hydra. We'll see how many gases are taken. This could also be Lingbane into Muta as well. Speaking of Mutas, there's the Spire. Spire is on the way. Oracles, they come in. Ooh, and they do not see the tech. Whew. As I say that, we try to dip in once again. We do get 4 drones, good pickoffs, but Iba, he has not scouted behind the mineral line, is not aware of the hidden Spire. Boy. With that, these Mutas, they can snowball out of control. They have before. I'm sure they will again. Has to be prioritized. We see the Oracle rotating towards the right-hand side, getting eyes on the new 4th. Get eyes on the 4th. Oracle going to be backing off from here, and despite the scouting, despite the Oracle harassment, no scout. We barely do not confirm the tech here. We have Blink on the way, +1. Second Robo, the Bay as well. There's going to be for double Colossus production. Like a pretty robust style and composition here from Iba, and thankfully does have Blink Stalkers, but there's no sign that Iba is aware of the Mutas. There's no sign of Phoenixes, and without Phoenixes, these Mutas are going to be able to wreak havoc. They can get a lot of economic damage done. They have potential. Have a lot of potential. As Iba rotates around. Likewise, Go Joey getting ready for a Link counterattack. Does slip in, does potentially get on top of the shield battery. Iba being forced back home. And we're going for the Nexus? Oh, that's a bold move. The base of all things. At the same time, Mutas, they slip into the main. And probes are going down. And we do force a recall. Recall is forced out. We dive in towards the natural. At the same time, the Lings, they do push in once again, but there are Oracles to defend. There are those Oracles. Joe going to be able to pivot away, bleeding out some Mutas. Whack. 2 Mutas went down for 12 probes, worth it. Meanwhile, Phoenix production has now commenced, as Eve is now aware of what's going on. But already worth it here for Go Joey. Behind this, we have Stalkers in position. Oh. Shutting down one of those Mutas. At the same time, Links, they do hit the right-hand side. We have Blinks. Blink available. Speaking of, Go Joey consolidating his army. He wants to break this position. Shield battery is done. Base is all. We have the overcharge. Charge is focused down. We can go for the Phoenixes. We're running out of Links. Oof. Rough trade here from Go Joey. Does bleed out a couple more Mutas. Did reset the Phoenix count. Does have to be more wary. Does have to be careful. That Muta cloud getting higher and higher. We're up to 21 Mutas, soon to be 27. That's a lot of Mutas, Papi. It's a lot of Mutas. +2 air attacks on the way. Phoenixes are amassing. How many Phoenixes do we have? We're down to 2 Phoenixes, soon to be 3. They do hit the natural, depowering whatever they can. Depowering gateways, denying upgrades, +1 air attack, not going to finish. And Go Joey, he may just have too much. Stalkers are doing well for themselves. Are trading well. Mina's going to have to pull back. Goal maybe to try to camp the production, but we are waiting in position. Stalkers are going down. Yeah, we hit critical mass. At this point, Gogo Joey, he can break through the line of Stalkers. Yeah, every Stalker goes down. We get a Phoenix. We get 2. We're down to 2 Phoenixes here for Eba, and again, it's just not going to be enough. The final Phoenix goes down. Link Stalkers can be impressive, but again, there's only so much they can do. At the same time, Link counters Akira as to the 4th base, and we are pulling Eba apart left and right, forcing a recall. Mutas dive in. They dive in, getting 14 probe kills. The final Phoenixes go down, and we can just engage with the main army. There's nothing holding Gogo Joey back. GG gets called, and Gogo Joey will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. The power of the Muta. Again, the Spire went unscouted. Eba had no idea, and by the time he did realize what was happening, it was too late. Again, damage was being done left and right. We were able to catch out the Phoenixes, catch out Stalkers, catch out Probes. Very nice movements out of Gogo Joey. GG, well played. Congratulations. As Gogo Joey advances on, Eba is eliminated from the tournament. GG. GG, well played. And we can take this moment as well to have a look at the brackets. From the top. Okay. From the top here, we do have some updates. Let me just quickly shift the bracket over so we can all have a look. Okay, so Azura takes down Roselia 2-0. Nice win there from Azura. Now up against Cristiano in the upper half of the bracket. Is up against Cristiano scoring down. We have Shameless just took down Middle VK 2-0. Shameless gets his revenge. I remember Middle VK taking Shameless down a couple of weeks ago. Now the opposite is true, so they do go back and forth. Big win there for Shameless, waiting for the winner of Cristiano and Azura. Scrolling down, we have a Demi taking down Legend K 2-0, advancing on a face-off against Jumi in the second round. Nicarak still waiting for his own opponents, waiting for either Rostock or Dave Litos. Waiting for one or the other. We have our series coming up next. Wayne takes down Eon. Sorry, Mighty Kiwi. David Papi takes down Eon 2-0. And Wayne gets a walkover over Mighty Kiwi. Oh, that's an unfortunate walkover. But very happy to see David return. I'm again a little bit shocked that he even competed here tonight. I was not expecting Mighty Kiwi to be here. Crazy. Hold on, I have to shame some people. I'll put it in. I'm pinging some of the other Australians. Okay, there we go. There we go. And we do have our next series. It's going to be Wayne versus Gogo Joey in the next round. Wayne again without walkover. It's a bit of a shame that there was a walkover, but I imagine something came up. Mighty Kiwi, aka David, he is now, he now has a family. He's got a wife, he's got a child as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if something came up. That's typically the case. So yeah, great to see him back. Great to see you, Papi. I don't know if you're watching right now, but great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, Papi. Ga. Of course, we have our series. We have Rebellion taking down Hatzel 2-0. Rebellion up against Geralt in the lower half of the bracket, and we have Lunacy versus Mixu at the bottom of the bracket as well. Okay, the first rounds are ending, and we're already in the quarterfinals. Already. Okay, so we're just messaging some players, and our next series is going to be Gogo Joey versus Wayne. Vetoes are underway, and this should be a ZVZ. Should be a straight up ZVZ this time. Shout out to Eba, by the way. Did put up a good effort here in this series, but alas, was not enough. and we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break here. When we return, we will have our ZVZ. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that short break here as we have arrived. We have returned with our first quarterfinals match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner. In the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the Red Zerg player. The Red Zerg representing his new team, Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Zerg player from the land of Hong Kong, representing Hyper 1. It is Go-Go Joey. And we've casted a many a ZVZ with Go-Go Joey in the past, over the past, what, 3, 4, 5 years, especially in, just because of GPO, especially against other Southeast Asian Zerg players like Ender, players like Miyamika, players like Demi as well. Go-Go Joey at one point did have some of the best ZVZ in the region. Now he's up against Wayne, and Wayne opts to go for a pool first. Interesting. Pool first here out of our Red Zerg player. Going for a pool first into an expand. Very safe opener out of Wayne. Meanwhile, Go-Go Joey going for a hatch gas pool. Wait, my apologies. Oh, Go-Go Joey going for a hatch pool gas opener. Okay. So Wayne is playing safe, and so is Go-Go Joey in his own way. Wait, are we going gasless? No, sure. Where are we going? Are we going for the hatchery? It looks like we are, yeah, already mining through these minerals. Go-Go Joey, very crazy here, very bold. So what's happening right now is that Go-Go Joey, he's mining through these mineral patches to expand and take a third base. He's taking a third base before he even takes a gas geyser, before he invests into anything else. A very greedy build here. This is a gasless build, a gasless opener from Go-Go Joey. Third hatchery's on the way. And we'll see if he gets away with it. Now, because Wayne went for a safe opener, because he went for an earlier spawning pool, he doesn't have Ling speed, he's not ready for an all-in, but he does have 6 Lings, and these Lings can get some damage done. Remember, this hatchery, these Lings are delayed for Go-Go Joey. Lings, they have arrived, they're going for the drones! They're diving onto those drones. Lings, they do arrive just in time. So far, good control of the Go-Go Joey. He does zone Wayne away. Any defense? Does hold on here. Again, Queens were delayed from Go-Go Joey, but he at least defends with his Lings. With his Lings, is droning up. Now, usually a build like this, a gasless opener, which is what Go-Go Joey went for, leads towards 2-base Roach, or Roach play, I should say. Leads towards Roach play. And this is something that you typically would not be able to get away with, but specifically because of the map, how does Wayne punish this? How does Wayne apply pressure to the third base? You have to mine through minerals, you have to knock down rocks, you have to put so much effort into actually getting to this area of the map. By the time you do, I mean, again, Go-Go Joey should be secure with a wall off. Meanwhile, Wayne commits to a Bailey Nest. It looks like Wayne might be getting ready for an all-in. There's no reason to threaten a Bailey Nest right now. There is no reason other than just being safe or being aggressive. What I mean by that, it's possible that Wayne might think that his opponent is link flooding him and is like trying to hide it. And there it is. There's a cancel. Okay. Wayne has pieced it together. Cancel the Baneliness, and we're going Roaches, which is what we should be doing. So it's going to be Roach v Roach between Wayne and Go-Go Joey. Go-Go Joey does have a nice lead as the third is already done. We already have saturation. Third base just now on the way for Wayne, and the third is also more exposed and more vulnerable from the side of Wayne as well. There's that link speed. As a reminder, Wayne, because of his gas opener, or because he prioritized gas earlier, does have link speed, does have a lot more tech. Go-Go Joey's still building up. He skips link speed entirely. Sorry, it's just Chase responded to me. I was calling out some of the other Australian pros for David competing. Chase was like, "Oh yeah, well you know, David, he's got a kid to feed. Okay, that's why he competed." True. We need to find you a kid, Chase. Ah, aye. As Go-Go Joey's just, again, happily droning up. He's fully walled off here at the natural as well. Meanwhile, Wayne, he's cut droning. He's all in. Wayne is completely all in, cutting workers here at 38. 38 drones is all he has, and he's amassing Ling Ravager. So it's going to be a Ling Ravager all in with +1 carapace. Go-Go Joey's going for a longer game, which is why he's been droning. And he's actually pushing on the left-hand side. Interesting. Okay. Threatening to knock down these rocks. Now is not the time to push out though. Like Wayne, he wants a fight right now. He's up in army supply. And now we realize what's going on. Go-Go Joey, he pulls back. Does pull back, walling off. Ravagers have arrived. Lings as well. Upon seeing all these Lings, now we know it's an all-in. Like Go-Go Joey's fully aware what's going on. Oh, the Roach one is under fire. And Wayne, he starts a lair. This lair tells us that Wayne believes that he won't be able to end the game. Wayne, he's getting ready to transition out of this into a longer game instead. The lair gets shut down, Roach speed is denied. We go for the surround, and show us the vials. There they are. Massive connections. We annihilate the Roaches. And Wayne, he's broken through. There's nothing left. We clean up every single Roach. GG gets called. And Wayne takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. The build that Wayne went for, the Ling Ravager all-in, that is a common response to... it's a common response to gasless openers. Even a common response to 2-base Roach. This was a greedier version of 2-base Roach, so Wayne so much more comfortable and confident investing and committing into this all-in, and it did work wonders. GG, well played. Sure, Go-Go Joey may have had more Roaches, but it didn't matter if we could get this around, lock them in place, and go for the biles. GG. And now we are getting into game number 2. We're getting into game number 2. Meanwhile, I'm just getting some updates here. Looks like all of round 1 is concluded. Looks like most of round 2 is concluding as well. There's one series left. Cristiano and Azura. They're still mid-series in a PvP. But everything else is underway. And I do appreciate that we still have players representing all the races so far. We still have some Terrans, some Protoss, some Zergs. But, fun fact, Wayne and Go-Go Joey, they are the final Zerg players of the tournament. There's only 2 left, and there's about to be only 1 left. There can be only 1 Zerg representative in the semis. Who's it gonna be? As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing Team Hyper 1. It is Go-Go Joey. I'm catching up with chat. A warning, Wayne could play toss. That's a valid warning. Valid warning, Bobby. He does stick with the rear matchup, though. I mean, again, Wayne, he's a damn good ZVZ player, as once again, pool first. Pool first out of Wayne, hatch first out of Go Joey. We'll keep our eye on our players to see if they go for any quirky builds again. But this is the same safe build 2 games in a row from Wayne. Go Joey, hatch gas pool. This time we're not going for any kind of crazy gasless build. Is not transitioning out of it. That's it for now. We are just settling into our builds. 6 links are on the way from Wayne. Their goal here is to disrupt the opener of Go Joey. Maybe pick off a drone, maybe 2 drones at most. We are going to be skirting around the edge. The Overlord will miss the lings, but Go Joey will soon confirm and get eyes on how late this hatchery is in comparison. We'll recognize that it was a pull first, as Go Joey's own hatchery is already done. So again, you can just compare your hatchery with your opponent's. And there it is, hatchery still on the way. Back at home, you can see Go Joey evacuate his natural, does pull away. Lings are in production. And Lings have to stay in the mineral line. You pull back. We should force the drone to be pulled. The workers are pulled. Wayne gets forced back, and Go Joey defends. There we go. The aggression has subsided. Go Joey investing into Ling's speed. Oh, interesting. Going for an Evo chamber behind this. Are we going for a Ling Flood? Are we going for +1? I was going to say +1 range. No, that is a very fast plus... Sorry, I was going to say +1 melee, but that is a very fast +1 range. Interesting. Okay, so... a couple of things just happened. One, we canceled Ling Speed. Ling Speed was cancelled, and we are prioritizing +1 range instead. So we're skipping Banelings, and we're going for a Roach-based all-in. At the same time, Wayne also skips his own Ling Speed, but with that gas, he's not going for upgrades, he's going for a lair. Wayne fully walling up, it's 2 base Roach. 2 base Roach out of Wayne from that pool first. Meanwhile, Go Joey doing something very similar. The difference is the +1 timing. +1 is going to be a big window here for Go Joey. We could either try to hit a crisp +1 I think it is. I think it's going to be a hatchery all-in. I think we're going to be skipping the lair, going for just mass Roach and going for 1 big hatchery all-in, but the Lings, they do slip in. Ooh, this should not have happened. Lings, they do slip into the main base. We got a full scout. We get eyes on the Evo chamber. We confirm this researching. Big scout by Wayne. Wayne, he sees everything. And now we start the lair. We start the lair. We have the 3rd on the way. So Go Joey, at this point, I was going to say we might go for a +2 timing, but +1 range, I believe, is going to finish before the lair. It's going to be close. Otherwise, we could just prioritize and go for a +2 timing instead. Go Joey's droning. Wayne getting into Roach production. He is getting into those Roaches. Now, Go Joey's advantage here is that he does have a much faster 3rd, so we can decide to saturate it. Meanwhile, Wayne is still focusing on Roach production. Squeezing out a couple of drones, though. There's a couple of workers on the way, thankfully. Everest here dipped in. Try to get a read on what's going on. There it is, +2 range starting up immediately, so it is going to be a +2 timing from Go Joey. We have our answer. +2 is going to be a big power spike here for Joey. And that's what he's working towards. Meanwhile, Wayne's still long distance mining from his 3rd. Slowly getting it up and running. Interesting that Wayne is going for a 2nd Evo chamber and he's going for 1-1 upgrades instead. Technically 1-2 upgrades. So if the game goes on a little bit longer, then Wayne will have the better upgrades, as he's going to have +1 carry base alongside his range upgrade. That is true. Just move out. Go Joey ready for it. And Gogo Joey is going to be stuck at home, at least for now, still waiting for the rest of his upgrades to really get in. Road speed, +2. Contamination here on the second Evo chamber, but nothing was being researched. Not yet, at least. We'll see who's able to strike first. Who's able to hit the hardest. Gogo Joey on 60 workers, committed to his opponent, fully saturated, is now moving out with his army. Reminder, there's going to be a couple of seconds where Gogo Joey has +2 and Wayne does not. A good amount of seconds there. Gogo Joey does dip in. Threatens a dive, gets forced away. Zone away. Good pick off there by Wayne. Catching an Overlord. He gets one. Going to get another as well. Gogo Joey getting supply blocked. Big supply block there for Gogo Joey. As Wayne is pushing. Does have the supply lead. Wows won't quite connect. Wayne, he splits up his forces, goes for a counterattack, slips into the mineral line. Gogo Joey is in position, but does bleed out 3 drones. And the Wiles. Wiles, they turn back the army. Queen goes down as well. Wayne just has the better concave, the better angle of attack. Wiles are insane. The Wiles are connecting. Wayne getting pulled apart a little bit here by the reinforcements, but for the most part, Wayne, he has enough. Shuts down the reinforcements, and Gogo Joey's up against the wall. GG gets called. Wayne taking the series at 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. We have our one and only Zerg representative in the tournament. GG, well played. Gogo Joey able to hold his own there. Able to bring Gogo Joey down, both in game 1 and in game 2, with different styles overall. That's why I did appreciate different builds here from our players. Did lead into very different games, but now we can focus on the bracket. Here we go. We have our first semi-finalist already. It feels like it's been quite fast here. It's been quite fast already, as Wayne is awaiting the lower semi-finals. And what other matches do we have ongoing? Okay, from the bottom. We have Lunacy versus Mixu. Lunacy did take down Mixu 2-0, and is up against Geralt in a PvP. Winner goes up against Wayne in the next round. I believe they are... Sorry, I'm just trying to find our players here. They should be playing on the NA server, so Go versus Lunacy. Scrolling up, we have Nickrak taking down Rostock 2-0. For Jimmy took down Demi 2-1. It went to the ace match. Oh my god, Demi! Able to force the ace match out of For Jimmy. Very nicely done. But now we have For Jimmy versus Nickrak in the quarterfinals. As a reminder, Wayne is the last Zerg player, but Nickrak is the last Terran. After that, it's a Sea of Protoss. And we'll see if both Wayne and Nickrak can paddle through that sea and make it to the other side. Make it to each other, even, in those finals. But there is that TVP currently ongoing. Scrolling up, we have Cristiano versus Azura still ongoing in the PvP. Winner goes up against Shameless in another PvP. Winner moves on to those semi-finals. So a lot of PvPs are going on at the moment. And we are waiting for one of them to finish up here. Looks like our goal is to wait for Lunacy and Geralt to wrap up, and then we'll be following the winner of that series into Wayne for the first semifinals. That is going to be the plan. That's going to be the name of the game here for the stream for the stream. Meanwhile, talking about the tournament itself, I know that I didn't really get to talk too much about it, but welcome everyone, welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. It is our weekly open tournament. It's open to all players from all shapes, from all sizes, from all regions, from all races as well. So, I mean, Terran, Zerg, Protoss, all are available, and yeah, that's our just weekly tournaments. It is thanks to the people in the chat that were able to host this event. You can see just underneath the brackets, down on the bottom right, our Patreon goal. Our current goal is 320, and we have 212. We have $212 a month via Patreon, and all that money does go towards the tournaments that we fund. Tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. We have some kind of stretch goals set up on Patreon, so you can have a look at them yourselves if you're interested, but through our Patreon we're hoping to grow our weekly tournaments to boost the prize pool and to help pay out top 4 instead of just top 2, so to boost the prize pool, pay out more players, and support more players as well. That's the goal, at least. That is the goal. Is the goal. With that, we just got an update. Cristiano, he just hooked down Azura 2-1. Big win there by Cristiano. But a shout out to Azura for taking a game off of Cristiano. Very impressive. Very nicely done. So shout out to Azura. But now Cristiano is about to start versus Shameless. Technically, I could cast. Both Cristiano and Shameless against each other. But I think it's wiser to wait for Geralt and Lunacy. Just because we already have our first semifinals, and I don't want Wayne to wait for too much longer. So we're going to be focusing on that lower semifinals first, then the upper. For now though, again, if you want to support the tournament, you can do so via Patreon, you can do so via Matcherino as well. Now we're going to be going on a short break. Here. Take this moment, get some snacks, get some water, get some food. Hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines. I myself gonna get some coffee as well. I'm a little bit tired. So just gonna make sure I'm wide awake, especially because this is not the only tournament tonight. We have Sparkling Tuna Cup, and right after we have WTL. World Team League is in a couple of hours right after STC. We'll see you guys soon. After the short break. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the first semifinals of the night, the semifinals of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 48. I apologize for the extended delay, for the extended break. We were waiting for Lunacy and Geralt to wrap up, but they are still in game, by the way. They're still mid-series, and the upper semis is ready instead. So we're going to be postponing the lower semifinals until this one does wrap up. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the Red Terran player. The Red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Nicaract. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle, it is Christiana. And as we have entered the semi-finals, and if you are in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe is going to advance on into the grand finals. Who will make it through first? Will it be our Terran or our Protoss? It will be up to you to decide. Best of luck. Again, you have a couple of minutes to place your bets, so use that time wisely. Best of luck in your predictions as we're settling into our TVP, and I'm excited. These two players, they face off many times, and I feel like they're both pretty comparable in skill. They've both been improving quite heavily here over the past couple of months. They've both been getting some better and better results. Of course, last night, Christiana, he popped off. If you weren't here for it, I recommend checking out the VODs, because in Starlight Twinkle vs Basilisk, they made it all the way to the ace match, and Christiana, he brought Rainer down to his knees. Massive upset with Christiana, took him down and won it all for himself and for his team. It was crazy. It was beautiful. It's crazy. It was beautiful. And now we find ourselves the next day in Sparkling Tuna Cup. Oh boy, and for now, it is going to be a gate expand or gate cyber expand. Standard opener out of Christiana. Meanwhile, economic opener out of Nicaract. Going for a single gas opener, going for the CC on the low ground. So far, very macro oriented. Very macro oriented. And yeah, I was even checking the clips that were made as well. Ronaldo pop off, let's go. Of Christiana popping off last night versus Rainer. It was amazing to see. It was beautiful. As we have our take of choice, it is going to be a Twilight Council. Okay, so we mainly have two options. I mean, really three options: Robo, Stargate, or Twilight Council. Here in game one, we're going for a Twilight Council opener. This should be for Blink. The question is, how many gateways? It's a very safe way to play, very safe way, and it's very flexible as well. You can go 2-gate Blink into a third, 3-gate Blink to be a little bit more safe, a little bit more aggressive, to expand into a third base, or 4-gate Blink to move out across the map and apply as much pressure as possible. Different forms of aggression, different flavors for different players, and we'll keep an eye out on that gateway count. Likewise, Nicaract is going to do the same, as Nicaract going for a very greedy build, by the way. My apologies. It was not just a Rax expand. That is a CC before factory, before Rax. It's going to be a 3CC into 3 Rax. Oh boy. Björn, is that you? Björn has been quite fond of this as of late. Players like Björn, players like Q have been mixing it in as well. Very greedy here from our Terran player. Has been quite trendy, and on a map like Alcyone, you can get away with this greed. Meanwhile, that's a gateway explosion. That's 4 gateways. That's 3 gates in production. That's the 4th gateway already done. That's going to be 4-gate Blink out of Christiana. A very aggressive build, and Nicaract is in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. This is just too greedy. We're cutting too many corners. Basically, by the time the army gets across the map, we're going to have a bunker. Yes, that's true, but no tanks. 0 tanks are going to be available. We might have a Marauder, but unlikely. We're going to be focusing on bio production or marine production. With double tech lab, never mind. There should be a couple of Marauders, but regardless, I want to favor Christiana here in his push as the Reaper comes in, and the Reaper does scout everything. He does get eyes on 1 gateway here at the natural. He does get eyes on 3 gateways in the main. Nicaract knows bunkers on the way. Immediately we have a bunker in the main base. We need it. And at least Nicaract is mentally prepared, and now getting physically prepared as well. Second bunker on the low ground. So we have 2 bunkers on the low ground. We might even get a second bunker in the main base as well. Marauders are being prioritized. We need those Marauders desperately. Christiana's pushing. He is pushing, and was Nicaract's scout too late? The bunker, it's barely not done. Was a scout too late in the end. Adept does get eyes on that second bunker. It will finish just in time. Does finish up. Cristiano, he does spot both bunkers. He rotates over towards the main base. We have a scan. Do you have that bunker in position? Cristiano rotating around. Does rotate around. Heads towards the natural. Good blinks. But the bunkers are holding on. We pull the boys, we repair. We top that bunker up. Nickrat is holding. He is barely holding on here. Behind this, third base is on the way. Cristiano, he's transitioning. He's transitioning out of this two-base play into a third. And we dive into the main. Yeah, 2 volleys go off. Big pick off here. Bunker goes down. We're going ham on the Marines. We don't have stim. And no stim, but we do have combat shields. Boys, they have to be pulled. Good blinks here from Cristiano. Does get away. Does manage to blink away. The bunkers are empty. And we do manage to not quite sniper Marauder. Close pick off there. And Cristiano backs off. Nickrat holds. Nickrat, he does hold on. Going for a warp into the main. Denying the warp in even. Very nicely done. Nickrat, he's holding his own. He does have a third CC. He's keeping up in the economy. Even exceeding the economy of Cristiano. This 4-gate blink needed to get more damage done. As we go back in, there we go. A couple more SCVs going down. 5 workers, very nice. This is what Cristiano needed. As the prism does rotate away. Cristiano getting ready here at the natural. Now, Cristiano at this point should not be pushing in. He should just be skirting around the edge. He's not going to be committing, but picking up whatever SCVs he can. Gets another worker here. Or tries to get another worker. In between the bases. Blinking on forward. Oh my god. Getting Marine. Getting a Marauder even. Not bad. Observer is sniped. And Cristiano is fully saturated on 3 bases. Getting up to a 4th. Setting up for a 4th. And we should be taking up into our next form of tech here. Expanding our composition. Going for charge. It's going to be Blinkstalkers, Charge Outs, Immortals, and Archons. A very gateway heavy composition. We're avoiding the Colossi. We could go into Storm. That's also on the table. As Stalkers, they do get in. This time Nickrat is in position. Nickrat does hold, forcing the recall. Go for the scan. Nickrat, he's looking for the third base. Is pushing out. The medevacs are a bit exposed. Oh! Ooh, one gets sniped. Bit of miscontrol there from Nickrat to have one of those out in the open, or miss rally even. And we're chasing down the army. Yeah, we got another medevac, another 2 medevacs go down. We're down to 1 and now down to 0. There's no sustain left. The army, we're running out of steam. We're running out of units here. Marines and Marauders are going down. Big cleanup here by Cristiano. Shuts Nickrat down. Mortal comes out to clean up. Oh. Yeah, does take down the last remaining Marauders. We go for the scan. Now Nickrat does confirm the third base. It's fully saturated. Speaking of, Nickrat has his own third up and running with 74 SCVs. But the bunkers are not done. Boys are being pulled. Good force fields. Yeah, very nice force fields here. But the SCVs, they put in a lot of work. They buy time. 15 SCVs go down, but we clean up every single Zealot. And now we're getting on top of these Stalkers. Oh, Cristiano bleeding out quite a lot there. Does take down the bunker. Oh, unable to juggle. Immortal goes down as well. Cristiano, he does overextend. He's in a lot of trouble. Oh, the prism goes down as well. Massive pick off. And Nickrat, he still has a worker lead, by the way. May have lost 15 SCVs, but is still ahead. And again, that was a big loss for Cristiano. He did overextend, fighting out of range of his War Prism, losing an Immortal. And now we have Archons. We did need them sooner. Looking at the units here, yeah, we're down to 3 Archons, 1 Immortal, 2 Zealots. We barely have a standing army. And Nickrat is snowballing out of control. Here we go. At the same time, Stalker counterattack, gets some SCVs. But Nickrat, he doesn't care. He's pushing. We have EMP. We do have EMPs available. We do connect with the Zealots. Zealots, they melt. Archons are exposed. So far, good kiting out of Nicaract. Ooh. Does take a lot of Archon shots. Good juggling from Cristiano, but it's still not enough. And we focus on every single Archon. You can see that the army's overstimmed, but this was a good trade for Nicaract. He resets the Archon count. Ooh, almost gets the Immortal. Frantic juggling there by Cristiano, doing everything he can. And he does take down a lot of Marauders there, but it's not enough. It's a numbers game, and Nicaract, he's overwhelming Cristiano. Cristiano, he may be our Protoss player here. He may be a two-time back-to-back Sparkling Tuna Cup champion, but GG gets called, and Nicaract takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very greedy build initially by Nicaract, and I was so certain that he was going to be punished. But Cristiano took a little bit too long to counterattack. He was unable to punish the build of Nicaract, and Nicaract snowballed out of control. Cristiano, again, just overextending one too many times. And with that, we find ourselves with a 1-0 lead for Nicaract. As a reminder, it's a best of 3, which means we don't have much room to work with here. One more loss for Cristiano, and he's out of the tournament. And that would be a big upset. When I say an upset, I do feel like these players are quite comparable in skill. But Cristiano, he has won Sparkling Tuna Cup 2 weeks in a row already. These past 2 weeks, they've been Cristiano's tournament. He's looking for the hat trick. He wants it. But Nicaract is here to stop it. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, is that PvP still ongoing? No shot. No shot, Happy. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our Red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from advancing on to the Grand Finals. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player from the land of Poland representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. Let's go. Here we go as Cristiano is going for his probe scout across the map. Meanwhile, across the map, Nicaract getting into his own opener as well. As a reminder, last game, Nicaract did go for a Rax expand. As a reminder, he went for a Rax expand into a third CC, into a 3 Rax follow-up. It was a wild build, got away with it. I can't imagine he's going to do the same 2 games in a row, though. As we can see here, Nicaract going double gas this time. So a very stark contrast here to game 1. It's going to be a Rax into factory, it's going to be a delayed command center. Could even lead to a 1-base all-in. Could. Could lead to it, as for now the game is going to be settling down. Cristiano going for the expand into Cybercore. Bit of a greedier build here, but overall, everything looking as it should. Nothing too out of the norm. Really, my eyes are on Nicaract. Do we go for a reactor, for example, like Reaper into Reactor to Reaper Hellion? Speaking of, there's a reactor on the way. Do we go instead into earlier Widow Mines instead of a Hellion production? Earlier Tech Lab, earlier Tech in general? Do we go for a 1-1-1, 1-base all-in? The answer is going to be no, as we have the CC on the high ground from Nicaract. Interesting. A very safe way to expand here. Nicaract going for a delayed CC on the high ground. Meanwhile, across the map, Cristiano once again going for a Twilight Council opener. It's going to be Blink, but how aggressive does Cristiano plan on being? Is it going to be 2-gate, 3-gate, or 4-gate Blink? What is the answer? What will we have in store for us? Hellion is spotted, so it's going to be Reaper Hellion. Quite an aggressive start with this. I mean, thankfully the Hellion is scouted, so Cristiano should be walling off. His goal here is to wall off that natural, make sure that Hellions do not gain access to the mineral line, and then Cristiano has to only focus on the Reaper cliff to make sure that Reapers do not slip into any of these bases. And there's the full wall off. So good reaction here by Cristiano. He does have 3 gates for now. It's 2 gates on the way, 1 gateway already done. But we might end up cancelling one of these gateways, so it could just be 2-gate blink into a 3rd. Speaking of Hellions and Reapers, they have arrived. They try to knock down the front door. Getting some damage done, going for the Robo. Robo under fire. Likewise, good targeting on the Adept as well. No shield battery, by the way. Oh, Adept goes down. The probe as well. That should not have happened. Adept probe goes down for a Reaper. A Reaper and a Hellion. Meanwhile, the probe is kept safe, kept hidden. Blink is on the way. The gateways do finish, but yeah, we have to kill one of our own. A brutal moment for Cristiano. As Reapers attempt to dive in, they are zoned away. Are going to be zoned away. Cristiano finally breaking free. As he breaks free, we do have the Widowmine drop towards the main. 2 Widowmines towards the main base. Cristiano is focusing here on the aggression on the run by. Drop comes in. Oh, the probes. Big connections. 5 probes go down. Late reaction out of Cristiano, distracted by the Reapers. And that was worth it. Well worth it for Nicaract. Expecting 2 probe kills, but he got 5. Cristiano at the same time going for a counterattack, but we have 2 bunkers here on the low ground. A very big setup, an overreaction from Nicaract. Looking at his vision, it looks like maybe he was uncertain whether or not it was 4-gate blink. Blink Stalkers do get into the main, but there's only 4 of them. SCVs are going down. 3, 4, 5 SCVs. That's quite an amount of damage. Oh, we come back in. 11 probes. Oh god, 11 probes go down. Ay, ay, ay. That is a bit much. 18 workers in total. That's over a mineral line. Nicaract is miles ahead. He is ahead right now. He's in a good position. Dealing a crippling blow here to the economy of Cristiano. And 18 probes going down. And the pressure is on Cristiano to bounce back and to fight back. Now, he does kill 5 workers, which is good. It's a good start. Threatens the natural, rotates towards the main. Looks to rotate, but does stay outside. And I'm waiting for the eventual push here from Nicaract. I mean, he's got options. Either Nicaract pushes on 2 bases and pulls the boys, or he throws down a 3rd CC. It's going to be one or the other. And after killing all those probes, I could see a rationale for either one. If Nicaract is aware of how crippled Cristiano is, then we could just commit here and now. We are pushing. Reinforcements on the way. Nicaract moving out. SVs are staying back at home. First Colossus in production. Oh, sorry, second Colossus in production. First is already done. Here we go, to push on across the map. There are CCs on the way for Nicaract. Not going all in. Good force fields. But we still on forward anyway. We don't even care. Tank shot's going to be going off. Massive volleys here on the Stalkers. Even forcing some friendly fire. Oh my god, as we really don't save the tank. And Cristiano holds. Cristiano, he does hold on here. Forcing Nicaract back. That was a pretty big pickup there to get 2 tanks. 2 tanks went down. Ay, ay, ay. And Cristiano is holding on. We want Nicaract going for continued drop play. Staying back in with his tank. 3rd CC still in production. And we have a back and forth. do have a game. Fourth base on the way for Cristiano. I still think Nickrack has quite a bit of momentum, but he is going to be spotted by the probe. Cristiano does rotate over. Does rotate over with his stalkers. Oh, we bleed out a stalker. Speaking of, medevac under fire. Medevac does get away. Match get away in the end. Drop towards that third base. There's a Colossus in position. Good target firing at the Nickrack. Gets two. The third base is now being taken. And the game is settling down. The game is settling down, and given the game state here, I mean, Cristiano has a solid army. He's got 3 Colossi. Now he's getting into Disruptor production. By the time he gets his 4th up and running with additional gases, then we can go into Disruptor production as well. No, I should emphasize double Robo, double Disruptor production as well. Once we get the 4th. We're almost there. Meanwhile, Nickrack, he's getting his 3rd up and running and is taking up into Vikings alongside Ghosts. So far, going for the correct moves, going for the correct composition. But Nickrack did end up losing a lot of his army. As a result, not as ahead as he otherwise could have been. The other big thing as well, after Nickrack killed 18 probes, it actually took him a long time to throw down the 3rd base. That's why, I don't know if you noticed, but I kept panning towards the mineral line at the natural, just because I was expecting the boys to be pulled, but they weren't. And eventually we threw down the 3rd. But again, it did feel quite late there for Nickrack, so wasn't able to quite capitalize on it as quickly as he otherwise could have. There's that 2nd Robo, again for double Disruptor. Cristiano is pushing. Army supplies are comparable. I would still give the edge to Nickrack overall, but the engage is going to be all that matters. How good are the EMPs going to be? How good are the Novas going to be? Can the Vikings outposition the Stalkers and lay siege upon the Colossi? There's a lot that comes into this, and the Observer does go down. Still around by being set up towards the 3rd. Prism drop into the main. Cristiano ready for a tri-pronged attack. His main army, his Zealot run by, and the drop. And the warp in. Correct. Looking for the main army. Warp in is in. The warp in does complete in the main. Zealots flood into the mineral line. At the same time, we pull the trigger here at the 3rd. The main army does not commit though. Interesting. Zealots push further in. Again, I feel like this main army could have pushed a little bit further. We got 13 SCVs. Even a couple more. Zealots are cleaned up in the main. They get shut down at the 3rd base. 14 SCVs go down. Correct is holding. But does take a lot of economic damage. And with that, Cristiano takes a big worker lead. Nickrack was holding his own. Now Cristiano has maxed out. Nickrack not quite there yet. How many Vikings? 9. Not bad. 9 Vikings. Prism slips in once again. Do we have anything at home to defend? We have a handful of Marauders. 3 Marauders and a Marine. Army's going to be clashing. Shows Novas. Never goes up. Up. Big connection. Big connection on the army. The 2 others did whiff in the end. Overcharge is popped. We barely do not keep the Colossus alive. 1 Colossus goes down. So Cristiano is keeping up with the main army. And we do have another Nova available. And we collapse on forward. It was a bit premature. They do get wasted. Oh, another does connect. And Vikings are being shut down. GG gets called. Cristiano, he annihilates the army, and we have a tied series. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Cristiano again able to recover, able to stabilize after a pretty brutal start to the game. But I did mention before that I do think a big moment there was after the economic damage, the fact that Nickrack did take a long time to start a 3rd. He was on 2 bases for what looked to be a little bit too long there, especially after getting that much economic damage done. Like from that moment, you either want to go for an all-in or be hyper greedy, like one or the other. And we had kind of like an in-between where we went for like a standard push timing, and then we took a third base behind it as well, and it's like we weren't quite able to capitalize. And GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. All the way, Bobby, all the way. And how will this story end? Where will this series take us? Will we have Cristiano making it to the finals 3 weeks in a row, or will Nicaract, our Terran hope, make it to the finals instead? Boy. We shall see. Meanwhile, we have an update. The lower semifinals is now ready for us. It looks like Geralt took down Lunacy 2-1. It went all the way to the ace match. I'm quite impressed. Quite impressed there by Lunacy to force that ace match. And that lower semifinals is going to be played out after our current series after this game. We will jump into those lower semifinals, but for now, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes being forced into the ace match. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. Here we go. Oh, hello there. As Nicaract is moving out across the map very fast, very quickly. This looks like an eBay block. Yep, looking at the rally here, we're poised to go into the natural. This is going to be an eBay block opener from Nicaract. It's going to be a way to disrupt the start of the game. Now, what's scary here, as you can imagine, is that on Ghost River, there's only one third base location. Unlike on other maps where you have a third, like a linear third and a triangular third to choose between, here there's only one, which means this eBay block is that much more brutal. The eBay has been thrown down, and boys are being pulled. Cristiano does want to fight for this base. And yeah, that's going to be quite a little spine time. Again, if Cristiano tried to expand elsewhere, then Nicaract would be there to stop him. Would be able to respond to stop him. But this is a nice start here for Nicaract, just forcing 5 probes off the mineral line. Again, they're just force the DPS down to this eBay. We do force to cancel. There's that Nexus now on the way. And thankfully, Cristiano did scout it in time, was not forced to make a Zealot. Back at home, Nicaract going for a Racked Expand. Economic opener out of Nicaract. Did throw a wrench in the works in the opener of Cristiano, but going to be able to recover. And the game will progress. The game will continue. Game will continue from here. And from this setup, we have seen a Twilight Council opener every game so far by Cristiano. So I'm curious if we commit, and that is not the case. We're going for a Robo. Okay. It's going to be a Robo opener. Reaper comes in. Oh, Nicaract, it looks like he does not get the scout off. He's zoned away by the Adept. For now, we get 1 probe kill. Good pick off by Nicaract, but the scout is denied. And what's important here is that it's a Robo. Okay, now with a Robo-based opener, we could go a couple of different directions. If this was a standard player, I mean, if this was just a standard game with a Robo opener, I would assume it's going to be a Disruptor drop. I assume Robo into a Bay, into a Warp Prism, into Warp Prism speed with Disruptors as well. Otherwise, oh sorry, what am I saying? That would be the case if this was against a Zerg player. Here against a Terran, I would assume this would be for a faster Colossus. Speaking of, there's the Bay. So I'm a little bit torn here. This should be for a faster Colossi. If this was a Zerg player, I would say Disruptor. But this is quite greedy here from Cristiano. Bay is in production. Now, typically we'd see a Protoss player be safe and go for an Immortal, but we are skipping the Immortal entirely here. And we're going straight for the tech. Prism coming out first. Reaper will scout. Reaper confirms. We get eyes on the Robo and the Bay. Nicaract, he sees everything he needs to. Back at home, we're following this up with a 3 racks. And Colossus hard counters this. Wait, how did he know? That's crazy. Our our builds have been whipped out, and again, Cristiano, he hasn't seen the main base, but the way that this build works, going for a fast Colossus, would shut down bioplay. And there it is, Colossus in production. So 3-racks, used to be very meta back in the day. I'm talking like, what, 2020, 2019, 2018, 2020. It used to be very commonplace. And because this was so common, because it was so meta, it was very common as well for Protoss players to respond with a Robo Opener into fast Colossus. And with this Colossus Opener, you shut down and you just walk all over any kind of mass Marine-based army. And Nickrack knows that's coming. Here comes the Colossus drop with Warp Prism speed. Colossus drop is on the way. And again, this opener, this build, it's supposed to be ideal against specifically what Nickrack is doing. Cristiano doesn't even know, by the way. But there could be some history here. It's possible that Cristiano and Nickrack have faced off many times, and maybe this is Nickrack's go-to. Is investing into a lot of Marauders, though. That's interesting. Very Marauder heavy. Drop is moving out. Nickrack here avoids the drop, moving out across the map. The build has been spotted. And Cristiano does have to get ready back at home. Again, this is a beefy army here from Nickrack. The Colossi would have a hard time shutting down those Marauders. Speaking of, back at home, the third base is so exposed, we should be able to force a cancel. But SCVs are going down. And a lot of workers falling here to the Colossus drop. At the same time, we get across now. We force a cancel on the Nexus. Cristiano is contained. It's going to be contained. The Colossus. Oh my god. Colossus is going to be harassing the army. Swiping away at whatever we can. Just him in. Nice dodge there with the juggling. And you can see here, as long as you have some micro, like the bio army just melts. That was what, 10 Marines going down, 2 Marauders as well. All we need is a couple of swipes from that Colossus. The Marines crumble. And speaking of, now we're going for a big counterattack. How many Colossi do we have? We have 2. 2 Colossi already out. So the Marauders are doing what they can. But they are overstimmed. They do focus on at least the Adepts and the Sentries. Decent juggling there. Barely saved one of the Colossi. Looking at the battle report, that was 9 Marauders, 7 Marines for 6 Adepts, 2 Sentries, and a Stalker. Still a better trade for the Protoss, I want to say. And hey, we still have our Colossi, and we're going for some more drops. Main army's pulling back. Let's just drop towards the natural. SCVs are going down. And Nickrack just now working on his own 3rd. Meanwhile, Cristiano is freely mining from 3 bases, now working on a 4th. Cristiano's looking quite comfortable. The Vikings will change things. Thankfully, with War Prism speed, the Prism does manage to out-race those Vikings. Does make it back home. Let's make it back. Nickrack looking to catch any stray units. We shouldn't be committing to any of these bases. Nickrack has to be very careful. Speaking of, never goes up. Gets a Marine. Does get a singular Marine. Third TC still in production again. Quite delayed here. He's finishing up. Is it finishing up? Nickrack establishing his 3rd. Getting up and running. Meanwhile, behind this, we have double robo production. Extended double lands finally going to be on the way. That's something we've been lacking here for quite some time, but now we can invest. Disruptors are amassing. Second robo. Upgrades. Prism does manage to somehow slip in. 7, 8 SCVs. Oh, we're not done. 9 SCVs go down. We get a 10th towards the end. The Prism still alive, still barely avoiding the clutches of the Vikings. But I spoke too soon. Up, the Vikings. One of us. One more volley, but yeah, the War Prism speed a little bit too good. The Prism does slip away once again. And you can see here, like, the disparity in supplies. Like, Cristiano, so comfortable, almost maxed out. And again, like, the build orders themselves, it was just such a shame. It was just so unfortunate for Nickeract to be going into 3 racks against a Robo Opener of all things. Like, it was just so unlucky, so unfortunate there. Both players did gamble. And Cristiano did a gamble correctly there. I'll say get chopped once again. Finally, the Prism is going to go down. It should go down, but no, we get away. No shot. Hey, War Prism speed, it's insane. Cristiano, he can't be caught. Does slip away again. Does slip away. He's pushing forward. Cristiano, he's maxed out. He's up 50 supply, and now we're collapsing on the base. On the fourth, Novas go off. Decent connections on Marauders, on Marines. Novas going off once again. No major connections. We even misrally one of those disruptors into the main force. Good catch there from Nickeract. As they fan out once again, big connections. And even if every disruptor just went down, Cristiano would still have too much, as he does reinforce with more zealots, stalkers. Does dive in. Nova catching some of the Vikings as well. Bit of friendly fire. Well worth it for Cristiano as he's snowballing out of control, collapsing on the main army. We have a handful of Marauders left. Here come the reinforcements. GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and Cristiano takes the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Oh. Congratulations here to Cristiano, but a big shout out to Nickeract for fighting back, for forcing the ace match. Again, it was just unfortunate. It was just unfortunate that the build orders, the initial openers, were what they were, and yeah, it was a bit of an uphill battle for Nickeract, just getting pulled apart by the initial Colossi. And I mean, shout out for Cristiano for making use of them the way that he did, and for going for that opener initially as well. GG. GG, well played. With that, Cristiano, he once again reprises his role in the grand finals 3 weeks in a row. And who will face off against Cristiano? Will it be Wayne or Geralt? Oh boy. Messaging some players. Letting them know that we're getting ready for the ZVP. There will be predictions as well. Do need a moment for that. Wayne versus Geralt. Zerg and Protoss, Storm Gaming. Beautiful. Okay, so it is going to be that ZVP. Vetoes are done, and we are getting ready for our next semifinals. I did mention it during the previous game, but exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The lower quarterfinals has concluded, and Geralt did take down Lunacy 2-1. Again, I was very impressed to see that Lunacy forced Geralt all the way to the ace match. And now we have Wayne versus Geralt to determine who faces off against Cristiano. My condolences to Nickeract, as he was our Terran representative and he has been eliminated from the tournament. No more Terrans left, only Zerg and Protoss. 2 Protoss and 1 Zerg. What will those finals be? Now, as a reminder, the last 2 weeks, it hasn't just been Cristiano back-to-back champion, but it's also been PvPs back-to-back as well. A non-stop PvP action. Just letting them know we are good to go. Game 1 going to be on Amphion of all maps. Interesting. Okay. Always happy to see some of these newer, more quirkier maps. Always. Catching up with the chat. Colossus dropped for the mineral line. My first time seeing that. Yeah, it was an interesting variation because I know that I was talking about how usually a robot opener leads into Colossi, and I stand by that. That's still true. Still very true going for a robot opener. But it wasn't just a Colossus opener. It was War Prison Speed alongside it. It was like a hybrid between a Disruptor drop and... Or it was a Colossus drop, right? It was a hybrid between a Disruptor opener and a Colossus opener instead. It's a way to be a little bit more proactive, and... yeah, with that, Cristiano was very much so in his face and was able to just pick the Terran apart. Not speaking part. Geralt is really showing up to these tournaments lately. Again, Geralt, he's a very active player. He's a very active player. Geralt, Cristiano as well. Nickeract, Wayne, all of them really. It's great to see that they're week after week after week they have been showing up, and they do compete amongst each other. They help each other improve as well, all as one really. Like, I know I've been giving high praise to Cristiano and Geralt as of late, but Wayne has been improving, Nickeract's been improving, Shameless as well. That's been really cool to see. And here we go, you can hear the beep. So getting ready for that lower semifinal. Oh, predictions! Let me not forget. If you are in the chat, predictions will soon be open. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. We go. And if you are in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you believe this series will unfold, on who you think advances onto the grand finals to face off against Cristiano. Up to you to decide. Best of luck. Predictions open. Yeah, the predictions are open. Geralt, interesting. Okay, going for his gate expand setup here on the low ground. Meanwhile, forces the unnatural. Natural Wayne going for his hatch gas pool. So far, standard openers for the time being. Everything looking as it should for now. But I'm excited to delve into this PvZ. I'm enjoying the non-PvPs while I can. The Sparkling Tuna Cup has been dubbed the Sparkling Protoss Cup for a reason as of late. These past couple of renditions, or maybe every rendition in 2024, has been a lot of PvP. Aye. So I'm here ready to embrace some Zerg versus Protoss action instead. Great casting. Oh, thank you, CJ. Thank you. Hello, Chileno Singaporean in the chat. I see Emperor Fubul. See Doom, of course. TI Beats. Bienvenidos. Angry SC2. Oh, siema, papi, siema. Dzień dobry. Shout out to everyone who's tuning in. No, it's, I think, the morning in the land of Europe, in the land of Europa. Buenos dias. And as a reminder as well, we do have a second broadcast after this tournament. It is going to be World Team League WTL. WTL is going to be live on the channel right after this event. It is poised to start in 35 minutes. We are going to be focusing on our tournament, though. We're going to be focusing on our events, as it's going to be a Twilight Council opener. Oh my god, let's go! Twilight Council, this can lead into a DT opener or a Glaive Adepts. We'll see what Geralt does embrace. But after, we're going to be focusing and finishing up Sparkling Tuna Cup first. Then after Sparkling Tuna Cup, we're going to be going on, say, a 5-minute break. And in that break, we're going to be setting up for World Team League. WTL is going to be right there after. We might be a little bit late to WTL because we're focusing on this tournament first. Like, maybe like 20 or half an hour late or something at most. But we'll catch up. We will catch up. Behind this, Robo is on the way. We have not pulled out of gas. This looks like a Dark Shrine build, unless we pull out in a couple of moments. But it looks to be DTs. Meanwhile, across the map, Wayne just getting into his hatch gas pool, into his third hatchery. Robo's finishing up. Where's the Dark Shrine? There it is. A Dark Shrine is now on the way. So it's a DT opener out of Geralt. This is not all in. Bear that in mind. This is not a cheese. This is not again, overly aggressive. It is a way to be assertive early on, to apply some pressure, and to gain map control, more than anything. To gain map control and to expand and take a third base. As Lings dip in, they catch a probe. Only the one, though. Only the one probe. Next is now on the way. Dark Shrine still finishing up. And Wayne has yet to really scat the main. Quickly double checking here. Yeah, the Overlord has not gone in. We're aware that it is a Twilight Council opener of some kind. We have some safety Spore Crawlers on the way. Spore in the main. Queens and Lings are amassing. But we should be seeing some Spore Crawlers elsewhere as well. There we go. Spore at the third base. Natural is exposed. Usually we see a Spore at the natural, and a Spore at the third. Wayne, being a little bit risky here. Cutting some corners. Prism moves out. The DTs are about to morph in. Behind this, we're going for a bait. Interesting. We're rushing into either Colossal or Disruptors. DTs, they will in. And remember, there is no Spore here at the natural. No Spore in the natural. One Queen goes down. We can keep going. Yeah, again, no detection. We get one drone trying to chase down, and we deny some mining time. Another drone falls. As we rotate into the main base again, still no Spore Crawler, by the way. So many drones going down at the same time. Wayne going for a big counterattack. He will get us around on the third. And can he force a cancel? He needs to force a cancel. As Wayne, he's lost 13 drones. Ay, ay, ay. Across the map, we have DTs to defend as well. Wayne, he does not break the base. 14 workers go down. Geralt, poised to take this, is ahead. He's up in workers, up in economy. Still barely kept that Prism alive. Again, that was 14 killed workers in the main. And a lot of this is, again, because of the Spore positioning or the lack of third Spore. Geralt taking advantage of Wayne. As, oh, we take down another creep tumor just barely towards the end. DTs are finally cleaned up, but what did we get in total? That was 14 workers, that was 15 Lings, 1 Queen as well. So much value here for 2 DTs. For 2 Dark Templar. So we see Wayne redroning. Interesting. Rushing into an infestation pit. Very interesting. This looks like Lingbane into Ultra. Looks like it. We'll see if any further tech gets thrown down. Oh, my apologies. Of course, the Roach Warren is done. Roach Warren is done. Okay, okay. So this, scratch that, yeah, especially with plus 1 range on the way, this should not be into Ultras. This can lead into Hive Tech in towards Lurker Tech instead. That's what I'm leaning towards. But for some reason, I thought that there was no Roach Warren. It should be making use of that range upgrade, ideally. And there's that Hive. Hive already in production. Scout, he's going for a drop. Drop towards the left. At the same time, Ling run by being set up on the right hand side. Not too many Lings here from Wayne. Geralt should be able to respond. Yeah, Lings, they slip in. There is an army in position. We should be able to respond to this. At the same time, DTs, they go for the main base. And can we dive on top of that Spore? Oh, we're going in. Oh! 3 of them get trapped. Yeah, we do manage to get trapped here, and the DTs are forced to pick up. At the same time, 5 probes go down across the map. Very nice counterattack here by Wayne. Very nicely done. I'm catching up with the chat. It's 1:30 p.m. here. Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon. WTL, I will be burning some candles tonight. I mean, we've been casting WTL the last 3 days. Well, the last 2 days even. Yesterday and the day before. Tis a 3-day event. But I didn't get much sleep today, unfortunately. So it's gonna be a rough night. I should be okay here for Sparkling Tuna Cup, but WTL it's gonna be a rough one. It's gonna be a rough one. Ooh, that's gonna be a kill. A kill on the Lurker Den, by the way. Very nice pickup. We spoke about it because of the +1 range, because of the Roach Warren. We assumed that it was gonna be Lurker Tech, and we're getting there, but rough start for Wayne. Bleeding out that Lurker Den. A big scout from Geralt as well. He's now fully aware of what's going on. And Geralt is pushing. Before we can get into Lurkers, the army has arrived. How many disruptors? We have 5. First never goes off. Let's zoning back the army. Let's zone it back. Nova once again takes down the tumors. Don't want to waste them. A little bit trigger happy there by Geralt. He's got 1 Nova left. Ooh, big connection. A juicy connection there on the Roaches. And Wayne is being forced back. Wayne does have a supply lead, but the soup does lie. That is inflated supply because of the Roaches. We can see Geralt's rotating over. Nova not quite going off. Good yoinks here with the Vipers. Very nice yoinks there from Wayne. But we dive on the army and we're just overwhelming the Zerg. Even without the disruptors, the Stalkers are just too much. Geralt, he has done it. We take down the final Vipers. Good abduction here on the Prism. Queens are going ham. Hydras as well. We're working through these Stalkers. It's a lot of Stalkers going down. Nova's a little bit lackluster, and Wayne, he holds. Wayne barely does hold on. Nova goes off. Oh no! Big connection. That was a miracle defense there from Wayne. He barely holds on. He saves his bases. His full base setup. He's down to 62 workers. And 5 Lurkers on the way. As Geralt is reinforcing, pushing in once again, but there are Spike Holders in position, Lurkers as well. And Geralt, he may have to go for a longer game. He's on 80 probes, like he has a solid economy. But it may be worth backing off and teching up. It's probably what Geralt does not want to do, but it'll be a wise choice here. Then we got Temple Archives on the way, second Robo on the way as well. Speaking of teching up, I would not have been opposed to going into Skytoss from this point, but it looks like Geralt wants to play safe. He's playing it safe, making sure he has a ground army to hold on first before rushing into Skytoss. Just building up Immortals, Archons. . Soccer does slip in. We have a Nidus on the way. Okay, that's interesting. Nice room to production. I mean, I do feel like we need to be a little bit chaotic here to bounce back. Jonas is on Wayne. As behind this, we are getting back into immortal production, something that we are lacking. We have been lacking quite some time. Disruptors being a little bit cheeky. Oh, let's go off. Get the spine. And there's that Sky Toss. Triple Stargate on the way. This is what I was waiting for. Stargate's on the way, soon to be a fleet beacon, +1 air attack. Sky Toss is on the way. It's coming. Now, it's going to be allowed to finish in the main, by the way. It's going to be finishing. Nova's go off. They take down one of the lurkers. And Geralt just goes straight for the main. Zelda goes straight for the main base. Zelda coming to reinforce as well. We get on top of the Hydras. And Geralt is overwhelming. Sure, the Knights across the map is getting damaged done. The lurkers are putting in some work, but it may not even matter. As Zelda take down the main. So let's say shut down the main base. They're going to get a kill on the Hive. As long as they don't go on A move. Across the map, the lurker harass in the main base and the fourth. Yeah, within range of these two Nexi. And he's doing well for himself, actually. Takes out a base, takes down an immortal. Wayne fighting back. And Geralt supply blocked. Uh-oh. Geralt, big supply block here. Being siege from the high ground. Nova goes up. Servers in position. 34 probes go down. And where's the detection? We take down 2 lurkers, so there's 1 left. Aye. There's still 1 lurker left, and you can see Wayne rallying everything across the map. He smells blood in the water. He's going for the kill. It was over. It felt over. Geralt was doing so well with his initial push. Wayne pulling back. Wayne up in drones somehow, some way. And again, Geralt was ahead. This supply block has been brutal. Finally, we're breaking free from supply block. Void Rage just shut down the Night Storms. They go for the lurkers. Now 4 lurkers go down. This is still difficult to call. Wayne is up in workers, up in drones. It's on Geralt here to buy time. Buy time, establish the center base. Establish a base on the right hand side as well. Night Storm's on the way. Wayne just being so adamant about making sure that these bases do not get up and running. Nidus is denied. There it is, Fleet Beacon now finishing up for Sky Toss. Board raid's on the way. Board raid's on the way. DTs, they get some free swipes though. Do get some free swipes off here, as it is not going to be carriers, it's going to be a Tempest transition. Okay. Tempest on the way. On the way. Again, we're being a little bit trigger happy with these purifications. You have to be very careful with them. Taking stuck. Geralt, he's on just under 3 base economy, so is Wayne. Comparable economies to each other. I would actually favor Geralt a little bit there. So going off decent connections on the Hydras. And Storm is done. Do we have a Storm? We do. Ooh. 2 Storms get thrown down, and we have plenty more that came from. And it does connect. With that, Geralt just keeping up with the rotations. Wayne rebuilding his lair. Sorry, his hive still. It's being rebuilt. Oh, as these Hydras are getting caught out, expensive losses there for Wayne. As likewise, Hydras going down towards the left against the Dark Templar. And all he needs is a handful of Tempest. The relation of. Lurker does go down. Wayne pulling back. Doesn't want to lose too much. The lane's quite close. What I will say is that these Tempests, they kind of trump anything that Wayne has. Wayne has no Spire. He has no Vipers, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he has no Vipers, no Spire, no Infestors. No answer to the Tempest. Outside of just trying to brute force our way through. Which could work. The army sizes are comparable. DT's able to win. They get a couple of drone kills. The game is stabilizing. After a very chaotic back and forth, the game is calming down just a little bit. Lurkers are coming in once again, but the Tempests are in position. We should be able to focus them down one after the other. Geralt is maxed. Geralt should be pushing as he's moving out. Night Storm into the natural, but we are able to keep up. Nidus does complete. Do we turn back around? And there it is. We do collapse on this. 2 Lurkers go down. At the same time, we dive on the main army. Storm zoning Wayne back. Does have to pull back, has to respect the storms. Cells pushing in towards that mineral line. Likewise, Geralt collapsing on this army from behind. Yeah, Tempest Shot's going to be going up. Storms on the Hydras. Geralt is trading well. Does lose a base. Geralt has a bank, can afford to lose a base. Wayne does pull back. Spire in production halfway done. Spire is halfway done. We need a little bit more time to get into the disruptors. Army pushes in. We yoink some of those disruptors. Disruptors go down. Good pickups. But what we lack in disruptors, we make up for in High Templar. The storms. Storms on the Hydras. Don't have to be going to the not to overextend. Tempest getting 1 Lurker for free. 2 Lurkers. Ooh, Storm is a massive storm. Oh my god. Wayne does walk through it. At the same time, the counterattack takes down a base. Hatchery goes down. Geralt once again bullying back those Lurkers with his Tempest. And honestly, without Corruptors, it's so difficult to deal with Tempest. You have to rely on your opponent miscontrolling. You have to rely on your opponent missing out on the Viper. Again, storms are thrown down. Some panic storms out of Geralt. A little bit uncharacteristic. A little bit too trigger happy there. We're running out of storms. Wayne does him on forward. Racing the army. Takes down a couple of Hydras, takes down a couple of Lurkers. Yeah, and with these storms, it looks like Wayne, he's just walking into a meat grinder here. Massive storms on the hydras. GG gets called. And Geralt, he will hold on. He will survive. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG. That was a wild game. GG, well played. Whew. Geralt does take game number 1. And there were moments where, at least I believe, that Geralt would take it sooner, but Wayne, he was able to survive it, able to hold on, able to counterattack and make a game out of it time and time again, and was able to bring himself back from the brink despite what was going against him. Likewise, same can be said for Geralt. And with that, we have game 1 in the book, so we're getting ready for game number 2. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. Oceanborn is coming up next. I was just I was stretching. I was just making sure that we're good. We're good to go here. Spawning in the top right hand corner. In the top right hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. Leading this, or down in this series, he has to fight back here and now. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt. Here we go. Whew. And yeah, we're good. Just stretching, doing some squats, making sure we're good for the rest of the series and for the finals as well thereafter. Are good. So now we just see Wayne threatening a proxy hatch. Does threaten the hatchery and doesn't quite commit. Forcing out 2 more probes off the mineral line and going for a gas steal as well. Very nicely done. Wayne able to be such a nuisance here, forcing some inefficiency out of Geralt. And behind this, going for a gas first. Uh-oh. Okay, so it's going to be gas pool hatch here from Wayne. Now, with a gas first, this does lead into faster link speed, can lead into a Bane Bust, can lead into a Roach Rush, can lead into fast lair. I'm curious, basically, what we do with this first 100 gas, and whether we stay in and continue mining gas. That's the big question here for Wayne. Meanwhile, Geralt, looking at his vision, he did confirm the build. So Geralt, he knows how much danger he's in. He knows he is in quite a bit of danger. We can see here that we do pull out of gas. So it's just going to be link speed and nothing else. Just fast link speed from Wayne. As across the map hatch. Oh, the gas finishes. That should not have happened. I mean, I guess we wanted to just to delay gas income. Yeah, with the late natural base. Yep. Drones, probes are forced off the mineral line. Force DPS down that gas. So to ease into our builds. Again, Wayne, he hasn't pulled back in despite killing the probe. And he's not going for a link flood. Like, sure is going into link speed a little bit faster than normal, but Geralt isn't really being too active here. This adept is going to be under threat. But you can see Geralt shading into the main base. He's trying to see if there's any additional gas mining. He confirms that there is none. And Geralt, he turns back around. Ooh, and we're going for a Twilight Council, by the way. Okay. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener. As a reminder, last game, this was a DT opener out of Geralt, and he did a lot of damage early on. He was very successful with his opener, with his build. Here in game number 2, what do you got? So far, it looks like DTs once again. So far, at least. We could always pull off of gas and go for Glaive Adepts instead. There are other fringe quirky builds available as well. One adept goes down to the speedlings. Pick off. And show us what you got. No robo, by the way. Is this going to be 3 gate glaives? Wait, we're going for the 3rd? No shot. Blink? Wait, what's happening? I'm getting a little mixed signals here. Okay, Geralt. Ghostway Twilight Council opener into Blink of all things. This is very unorthodox, but there's no robo. There's no robo, there's no prism. We forced out an earlier Roach Horn. That was a 4-minute 20 Roach Horn timing. We're going for the faster 3rd base instead. This is very quirky, but something that Geralt does have now is a Blink timing. He has a very early Blink timing. This could lead into, I want to say, 4 to even 6 gate aggression with this Blink. Hitting a lot earlier than normal, and Blink Stalkers early on, they can wreak havoc. The Overlord Scout is huge. Overlord Scout does confront the Twilight Council, and Forge is on the way. There are those gateways. Now, what's interesting here is that the gateways are hidden from Wayne. So far, it's still only one, though. Only the one gate with that Forge. Meanwhile, Wayne not overreacting. He is droning. Is droning up quite happily here. And Geralt's going for additional gateways in the main. Okay. It's going to be 3 gates. It's going to be 5 gateways in total so far. Blink is now done. This is reminding me of a Hero build. Hero, he was going into really fast Blink against Dark a couple of days ago on maps like Ghost River, expecting all-ins, and with Blink Stalkers just shutting down the all-ins quite easily, like defensively, I mean. I wonder if that was the idea here for Geralt. That Geralt was maybe assuming that Wayne would go for an all-in. But alas, he didn't. And now working towards +1. Dark Shrine. Bay is on the way. Yeah, just a tech-heavy style. Geralt, he's calming down. Does have Blink, sure, but he's not reinforcing. Just pokes in, pokes out. So we're just easing our way into the mid-game. Wayne likewise taking a 4th. Turning up. If they do shade in, they get 1 drone. Only 1. Behind this, we're getting into Safety Immortal production, 2nd robo as well. It's going to be double. That's going to be for Disruptors and Colossi. I imagine Colossi first. Imagine here. As, yeah, the game's being a little bit more passive on Ghost River. I mean, after a much more chaotic start. Being forced back. There's Disruptors on the way. Interesting. Disruptor first from Geralt. Wall's up and running. Good pick us, but we break through the wall. The wall is broken. Pushing up the ramp. DTs are in position. See here, Wayne trying to double down. Geralt, he's massively supply blocked. Oh my god, I just realized. Yeah, massive supply block there from Geralt. Wayne, he didn't drone up his 4th base, by the way. Cutting workers at 63. That's a 3 base all in. It's all or nothing. Nova goes off. Good connection. Good connection on the Roaches. Disruptors falling back. Good target firing here by Wayne. Does focus those Disruptors down. And it looks like Wayne, he may just have too much. Breaking this position. Catching Geralt off guard. He was not ready for the all-in. As files connect. And we do focus down that Cybercore. Cybercore goes down. No more Stalkers. Wayne still has a terrifying army here. A threatening army. And that is going to be enough to break the third. Another Nova goes off. He hasn't split off for the third base yet. He wants the army. Oh, gets one. Gets one disruptor, gets another. Resets the army. Ooh, big Nova goes off, but I don't think it matters. Not anymore. As Wayne has done it. He's doing it. He's breaking through. Came in the production. Depowers the Robos. GG gets called, and Wayne ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Ah, I see. GG, well played. With that, we are tied up 1-1. We're going to the ace match. And this does mean that we are going to be late for WTL. WTL is starting up in a couple of minutes. As a reminder, we will be casting World Team League, but we'll be casting it after we wrap up here. Is going to be the plan. After the semis and after the grand finals. Which means we might be half an hour, maybe even an hour late. Ooh. But you know, we gotta prioritize our tuna. Gotta prioritize the tuna, popular tuna. And we'll be there for WTL. We will be there. As we are getting into our ace match, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming, being forced into the ace match, falling to the 3-base all-in. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. Go. As the probe does come across the map, going to be forcing the unnatural natural out of Wayne. So just a bit of a more awkward, a little bit more uncomfortable start here from Wayne. But outside of that, everything is looking as it should. This time there's no like early gas, early link speed shenanigans. Likewise, Geralt's going for a gate expand into Cybercore. This is R finishing up. We are settling into our game again. Oceanborn, one of the older maps in the map pool, is known for its all-ins as well, to be fair. What I'm referring to is the third base. We've seen a lot of 3-base all-ins here on this map, laying siege upon the third bases of Protoss players, for example, just because it's so wide open, it's so accessible as well compared to other maps. But it's something to bear in mind. It is something to bear in mind. And Wayne, as we saw in the last game, is clearly one to embrace a more aggressive style and be in the face of his opponents. Wait, I mean, Zerg player. So we'll see how this all does unfold. So now, Overlord's being sent out. First guy inside main. Instant main base, as we are going to be able to shut down the scouting probe as well. Not bad. Probe goes down. Going to be a Stargate opener here by Geralt for the first time this series. Stargate, let's go. As a reminder, game 1 was DT, game 2 was a weird Blink build, and here in game 3 we get a standard Stargate opener. Let's go. Now with this opener, I imagine that we're going to be seeing an Oracle opener. I would not be opposed to Void Rays, but I feel like given the game state, given the fact that this is the ace match, would make sense to just open up safely, open up standard, go for the Oracles. Sense. So let's say 2 end up threatening At third at least. At third. Falling back. Third base soon to be taken here by Geralt. Lings there in position to deny. They go for the probe. Oh! They go for the dive. The probe is going to go down. Nice pick off. Geralt's a little bit too slow to respond. A little bit too slow to react. Swaying once again, rotating around. But third base is now on the way. It has been delayed, but is now on the way. You know, we have that first Oracle that we spoke of. We have the second Oracle coming out. Interesting. Okay. Am I crazy? Yeah, it's only 2 Oracle. 2 Oracle into faster gateways. My eyes are on you, Geralt. What is our plan? Oracle does slip past. Okay, it's going to be a Forge and a Twilight Council. +1 in Blink or +1 in Charge. What are we feeling? I'm feeling Charge. We shall see. The Overlord Scout is going to be shut down. Overlord does fall. A Baneling Nest on the way here from Wayne. Okay, we're playing Ling Bane. No Roach Warren. Blink is on the way. Alright, let's go. It's going to be Blink, not Charge. I assumed with the earlier gateways it was going to be something like Charge lots, but looks like we're going for a longer game. Stalkers are moving out already. Applying pressure to the 4th. Geralt in position to protect with his Oracles. Managed to get a couple of Lings. Go down. We do try to come in. We try to bait out the Pulsar Beam. That's we're not able to. The army has to cut back instead. We shut down one of those Stalkers, 1 Adept as well. Movement with those Oracles. And with the Oracles, ooh! 2 Stalkers get caught out. And it is going to be Ling Bane Hydra from Wayne. Again, we were curious as to what was going to be going on, especially with the missing Roach Warren. I assumed it would be either Hydra or Spire tech, which would be interesting as well. You can see here it was not Spire, it was not Mutas. It was Hydra's instead. And Geralt is still building up. We have 5 more gateways on the way alongside +1 of Blink. It is all lined up. It's all lined up. Wayne just catching up the armor, at least trying to, forcing it back. Wayne with map control for now, happily droning. Now, I say that Wayne has run up to 3 bases. He's got 67 workers. I'm curious, is Wayne going to saturate this 4th, especially after losing from some more drones? 6 drones go down. And there it is, 4 more on the way. Workers. Oracles to get the hell out of there. Geralt's main army is still sharking around. Behind this, +2 is on the way. Charge as well. +2, charge. Wayne going for his own counterattack. Does try to get us around, but the Lings are caught out. Let's go, trying to keep up with said Lings. Let's manage to get a couple of Lings. Wayne has no map control. He has run up to 73. Full base saturation. Building up with Ling Hydra. Quickly checking, did we get the infestation bit? We did not. No infestation bit, no hive tech, no lurkers from Wayne, just pure Ling Hydra or Ling Bane Hydra. Interesting choice. So here we have a decent concave. Concave is decent, but everything does change once results do arrive. Say that Banelings are rolling forward. Wayne, he wants to go for the kill. And where's the splash damage? That's my big question. Where's the Colossi, the Storm, the Novas, the anything? With only a pure Gateway army, Geralt is in trouble. Yeah, 0 splash damage. Stalkers are being held up. We're going for the mineral line. Mind Banelings going for the Stalkers instead. At the same time, Geralt going for a massive counterattack. Zealots at the natural, Zealots at the third base. Geralt could be losing a base. Almost 2. Meanwhile, across the map, though, these Zealots are wreaking havoc. They're getting too much done. 24 drones. 24 drones go down. The Zealot counterattack cripples the economy. Wayne was doing so well with his own push. He killed the 4th. Was doing well for himself, but alas, back at home, he lost everything. GG gets called, and Geralt, off the back of the Zealot counterattack, is able to take it all and advance on to the grand finals. GG. Aye. GG, well played. Again, I'm a little bit in shock there. That Zealot counterattack just snowballed out of control. Meanwhile, Wayne didn't have to contest against, again, no Storm, no Colossi, no splash damage at all. Just a Blinkstalker based army, but yeah, Wayne didn't have enough to break through across them. He killed the 4th base, but he couldn't break into the 3rd. He was trying to, but he just barely could not. And he lost everything back at home. GG, well played. With that, we have our finalist. GG, well played. And we do have Geralt advancing on to the grand finals, where he's going to be facing off against Christianer in a PvP. Let's go. And in regards to that PvP, I mean, before we dive into the grand finals, before we dive into that PvP, we have a raffle. We have a random raffle to kick off. Let's go. For those that are curious what the hell I'm talking about, we do have a $5, 5 USD random raffle that goes to, random participation raffle that goes to any player that participated in today's tournament. Does go to any one of them. All players are eligible as long as you competed. It could be someone who, hold on, there we go. It could be someone that got knocked out in the first round, or it could even be someone here in the finals like Cristiano and Geralt. All players have an equal chance at earning some extra prize money. Let's set that raffle up. Let's go. The raffle is being set up as we speak. And how many players did we have this week? This week we had 22 players. That's a lot of players, Papi. 22 players did take part. As a reminder, if a player did forfeit in the first round, then they don't count. They do not count as a part of this. And here we go. We do have our random raffle, and I need some drums, Papi. Hold on. I think we have something in our soundboard. What do we have? We have something. Y-axis. I'm pretty sure it's awful. Do we have a drum? Do we? That's not. that's not what I was looking for. That's not the drum that I needed. Oh no. But this week in this week's random raffle, congratulations to our winner, to our $5 winner. It is. Congratulations to, oh my god, a finalist. Congratulations to Christianer. GG, well played. Regardless whether Cristiano comes in first or second place, he will be walking away a little bit richer with that extra prize money sprinkled on top. Congratulations. My condolences to everyone else. Exclamation mark rigged or hashtag rigged in the chat, because clearly tis rigged. Clearly, you can see the runner-ups there: Rebellion, Nigrat, Gogojoy, Dabletos, and Azura as well. My condolences to those that did not get the extra prize money, but congratulations to Cristiano again with a little bit of a bonus on top of whether it's first or second place. That is going to be the random raffle set up here. Beautiful. GG. I have to announce it to the players. Hashtag rigged, yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. And now the vetoes are underway. The vetoes are underway for our PvP Grand Finals. It's been quite a tournament. We've had some ups, we've had some downs, we've had a lot of intense games and intense series, and it all comes down to this. It all comes down to our Grand Finals. Let's go. Let us go. Eva just messaged me. I thought you'd take out the Protoss for the raffle. You played Protoss today. Eva's like, I thought you'd take out the Protoss. They have enough money. I'm like, you played Protoss today, Eva. What are you saying right now? What are you talking about? You're making no sense. Este Eva. Shaking my head, shaking my head. Ugh. But yeah, we are getting ready for the Grand Finals. It is going to be a best of 5 as a reminder, and predictions will soon be open. Predictions will soon be open, as we're going to be going on a very short break to allow our players to conduct their vetoes. When we return from the break, we'll have our finals. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Grand Finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 48. Ooh, it's been, again, a long and grueling tournament here this week. We've had quite a lot of ace matches, quite a lot of back and forths, and now we are here once again in a PvP Finals. For the past 2 weeks, it's been a PvP Finals between Nightmare and Cristiano, week after week after week. This time we have one of our typical finalists, but we don't have the other. Nightmare did not sign up this week. He did not take part. Instead, we have another Protoss player. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right, we have the back-to-back two-time Sparkling Tuna Cup champion for the past 2 weeks. He has been our champion. Can he go for the hat trick? The Polish Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. And if you are in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions are open. Best of luck. Place your bets on who you think is going to be this week's champion. Again, Cristiano has won 2 weeks in a row already, but predictions open. But the past 2 weeks have been against Nightmare, against a very different kind of Protoss player. Here we have a clash of countrymen. We have Geralt and Cristiano, both from Poland, both very familiar with each other, and now they're facing off. Only one Polish Protoss will be remaining at the end of this finals. There can be only one. As we see Geralt going for a fake proxy pylon and Cristiano doing the same, is going to be checking towards the left hand side. He does come across the pylon. Big scout there by Cristiano. Oh, he's a diva enjoyer. God damn it. Likewise, Geralt also scouts his opponent as well, so both players have scouted each other. Bit of an awkward moment, and I imagine as a result, both Cristiano and Geralt will throw down their attack back at home. Honestly, it looked like Cristiano wanted to commit. It looked like he wanted to commit to a proxy, but because of the scout, he's going to be deterred from it. We can see Geralt doubling back to make sure that there was no hidden tech. Geralt just ensuring that he is indeed safe and sound. So it's going to be 2 gateways here from both Geralt and Cristiano. Going to be double Stalker from Geralt, double Stalker from Cristiano as well. We are pushing. They have enough money. All the Protoss are rich chads, while Zergs are on the streets hustling for some buckies to pay their dinner. True. The struggle is real. Smurge. Meanwhile, we do have those 2 Stalkers from Cristiano going and headed towards that pylon. Bearing in mind that because of the backup pylon, or because of the pylon here from Cristiano, he does get eyes on any Stalkers coming from the high ground, so we will have some forewarning. Speaking of, that's 4 Stalkers moving out from Geralt as we are expanding. So is Cristiano. Now Geralt, he actually opts to avoid the army. He avoids the army, he avoids the pylon, and we're going across the map for a counterattack. Cristiano's out of position. Uh-oh. We have to make a choice. Does Cristiano move out? Does he also hit the natural, or does he recall back home? Do we have a recall? We do. Stalkers have arrived. Pushing up the ramp. Do we have a force field? Ah, force field is too little too late. We're going for the pylon. We're going for the depower. Across the map, we do the same. But Geralt's in position. Gateways are depowered. Meanwhile, Cristiano does not bust into the main. Forces a recall. And both players, they bounce off each other. Geralt recalls back home, depowering the gateways. Meanwhile, Cristiano killed the pylon and forced the recall. So, again, both players, they kind of bounce off each other. They have that back and forth. To have that back and forth here. We have a 3rd gateway on the way alongside the Twilight Council for Geralt. A little bit more aggressive here. I say aggressive. I have to remember that Geralt has a tendency of throwing down a 3rd gateway before his Nexus just to be safe. I have to remember that. Doesn't have to mean aggression. If it was any other player, I would assume that it was for Geralt to be aggressive with his Link Stalkers, but I'm pretty sure he's just playing safe. Hallucination will confirm the gateway count. At the same time, Cristiano going for his own 3rd. Does now have an economic lead. Geralt, as he moves out, he gets eyes on the Nexus. And with that extra gateway, we can have some extra warpins. We can try to break this. If we commit, Adepse shade into the main base. The 3rd base is cancelled. Adepse get 2 probes for 2 Adepts. And the cancel on the 3rd is huge. Killing a pylon, and Geralt, he expands himself. Cristiano will be slightly behind in that 3rd base timing. So nice moves here from Geralt. Nice moves overall. Meanwhile, Blink is soon to finish. We're getting into our robo production from Cristiano at least. Geralt avoiding his robo. Again, initially going for that 3rd gateway. Now we have the robo on the way. A little bit later, but still on the way. We have the robo, we have the forge. Same with Cristiano. Both players are pretty mirrored with each other for the most part. We'll get the sizes of the army. Yeah, we are neck and neck. Geralt is up 1 sentry. Good force field. Guardian shield as well. As we don't quite get the sentry, almost. Gassy, thought that'd be gassy. Cristiano flirting with the army, not committing. Dipping his toes in before pulling back. Cristiano does pull back. Meanwhile, Geralt settling into his three-way setup. Additional gateways on the way. Ooh, quite a lot. 6 gates in total. 6 gates set up here by Geralt. Cristiano doing the same. 4 more gates. It's going to be 6 in total for Cristiano as well. So a pretty standard production for 3 bases. Looking for any other form of tech, like a Dark Shrine, like a Bay. Adept does slip in, and we get 3 probe kills. Not bad. Cristiano once again rotating in, looking for the 4th. Does not find it. No, there is none. As we do see Cristiano going for his own 4th base. Geralt, instead, he commences Immortal production. That's a gateway explosion behind this as well. Oh my god. 4 more gates on the way. That's going to be 10 gates in total here for Geralt. Meanwhile, Cristiano is going up to 8. Geralt is expanding, but again, he's going to have a hefty amount of gateways to work with. And here we go. Here comes that prism. Geralt is going to be pushing. He's soon to be committing for now. Trading with the army. Bouncing up. Immortal has arrived. We shut down the observer. Immortal did make it. Charge finishing off with both layers. +2 starting up for Cristiano. Geralt yet to invest into his own upgrades. Knocking down those rocks. Remember, he's got a lot of gateways behind this. Charge is about to finish. Geralt pushing in. Cristiano out of position. He moves out. Now is not the time. Cristiano caught completely out of position. Has to recall back home. Trying to get it ready for a surround. We dive with the prism. We deny the warp in. Big moves. At the same time, we deny the warp in of Cristiano as well. But Cristiano, he will hold. Not without losing 10 probes, though. And the Celsius just wreaked havoc in the mineral line. 10 workers go down. I think it's the 12, but 10 workers go down. Pigos there by Geralt. Now, Geralt did lose his Immortal, which was a big blow. He lost most of his Stalkers as well. Mainly survived with Zealots. So, Cristiano, he has quite a counterattack available. If Cristiano pushes now, I think he wins. Like, straight up. We need time. Geralt needs time to rebuild his Immortals. The first Immortal does now pop out. Charge loss do arrive, and Cristiano, he smells blood in the water. He's pushing in. No shield. Okay, there's 1 shield battery behind this. 1 shield battery, 1 overcharge. Immortal has arrived as well. We are pushing in. Have to be careful not to be surrounded. And look at the supplies here. Cristiano, he is up 20 army supply. He can break through this. Zealots, they do move forward. And they're going for the Immortal. Then we're pushing forward here. Not quite committing. Overcharge is popped. Cristiano being very careful with his engage. And he's waiting out that overcharge. Pouncing on the army. Zealots, they come in from behind. We blink to avoid them. We focus down the Immortal. Good movement out of Cristiano. Chasing down those Stalkers. Another Immortal has arrived, though. The shields are triggered, but we focus it down nonetheless. And with these reinforcements, it looks like Cristiano, he has too much. He's snowballing out of control. DTs are coming in. Do we have detection? Where is that observer? With the main army. It's with the main army. We focus down the DTs. It was a cute move there from Geralt, but the Dark Templar, they're not going to be enough. GG gets called, and Cristiano takes game number 1. GG. A very tense game there, very back and forth. They both had their own moments, but in the end, Cristiano able to survive the initial push, punish Geralt for it. Yes, Geralt did kill workers, he did get ahead in the probe count, but Geralt, he lost so many stalkers, and he lost his immortal as well in that push, and he was so vulnerable to the counterattack. Cristiano just had to make sure that he did not give his opponent too much time, and with that, Cristiano takes game 1. Cristiano does take the first game. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. And game number 2, we have our map of choice. It is going to be Golden Aura. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Storm Gaming down to this series, but it's a best of 5. We still have plenty more games ahead of us, plenty of chances, opportunities to bounce back. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other Polish Protoss player, the blue Polish Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. Here we go. Yeah, that was a pretty intense PvP game 1, not gonna lie. It was beautiful. But no cheese, no proxy in that first game. I mean, we had some fake outs, I should say. We did scout each other. I'm curious how both Geralt and Cristiano play out game number 2. But now, double gas opener. Double gas here, or I mean, of course, double gas openers should be 2 gateways initially from Geralt and Cristiano. It is 2 gate opener from Geralt, 2 gate opener from Cristiano, as to be expected. Standard openers between our players. Probes are moving out. Ooh, Geralt skirting around the edge of the map. Looks like he wants to maybe hide his second pylon once again. Remember, Geralt, he hit his second pylon in game 1, and it looks like he's looking to do the same here in game number 2. So is Cristiano. Uh-oh. Now, the pylon is hidden. It's a fake proxy pylon from Geralt. The problem with Cristiano's pylon is that this could be a real one. This looks like a real proxy location. Oh, boy. Geralt is going to be scouting the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Cristiano, yep, the pylon is finishing. We're waiting for the Cyber Core. Show us the Robo. Here we go. In a couple of seconds, we have enough. There it is. A Robo has been thrown down. It's a 1-base all-in from Cristiano. And Geralt has yet to confirm. Again, Geralt's scout is also a little bit later because of his pylon setup. Probe is coming in. And Geralt, he should confirm that the pylon is missing. But it could be real or it could be fake. Geralt has yet to determine that. As back at home, it's going to be initially Stalkers. The second probe moves out. Second probe is checking for a proxy Stargate. Probe is checking the location. Geralt. He will come across the Robo. Big scout here. Geralt is now aware of the all-in. Stalkers are already on the field, and we're going for the pylon. Oh, I love this positioning as well on the other side of the rocks. But the pylon is under fire. We're going to focus it down. Geralt coming in with another probe. Secondary pylon has been thrown down by Cristiano. Immortals on the way. And how good is our worker micro here? The stalker micro even. Oh! Cristiano shoots first. But he did waste a shot on the pylon. Probe does go down. Geralt slightly coming out ahead here in the stalker battle. Third stalker has arrived. Cristiano, he's being forced back. Yeah, Cristiano's being overwhelmed, but the immortal's on the way. The pylon barely does stand strong. And Cristiano, he holds onto this position. Looking at the Unisource tab here, Geralt lost 2 probes. But this Immortal production has been delayed. Oh! As we're going for a pause. And hopefully everything's okay. Now, thankfully, if there is some latency or if there is something going on, it is after the micro battle. The micro battle did just end, so thankfully we're not like in a very intense situation. And there it is. We are jumping back in.
Game resumed.
Pylon goes down, Immortal pops. Back at home, Robo's already done. Ooh, Geralt getting supply blocked. That's a big supply block. It's going to be his turn for his Immortal to be delayed. Aye. Pylons, they need to finish up. They just barely will. Immortal's on the way. At the same time as Cristiano's getting ready to push in, Geralt goes for a counterattack. Big counterattack here by Geralt. Slips into the main base. Cristiano, we turn around. Oh, for a second there. For a second, Cristiano turned around. Then he commits across the map. Pylon goes down. Massive pickoff. We depower 2 gateways. Cristiano is in trouble. Meanwhile, back at home, we have sentries. We have force fields. There's no pushing into this. 4 probes go down. Cristiano's economy, it's in shambles. So much lost mining time. Meanwhile, across the map, we're going for the gateway. And the gateway will go down. The Stalkers are dealt with. Cristiano can go back to mining, but he's lost so much. He's lost 2 gateways. They're just now being repowered. His economy needs time to recover. Cristiano rotating back into the main. Speaking of, we do have some Stalkers in position. Geralt going for the warp in. Well, it goes off. And Geralt, he moves out. He's going to be shutting down the proxy. Gets on top of the pylon. It's going to go down. Yeah, we shut down the Immortal production. And Cristiano will fall behind in those Immortals. Yeah, he's going to have to repower with his Prism. Which means his Prism is going to be stuck here for a little bit longer. Army moves out. There's no micro potential here for Cristiano. The Stalkers, they get caught out instead. Does pull back in time. The Immortal does end up popping. Look at the army sizes here. Again, Geralt, he has an overwhelming army. He's expanding, taking a natural. Cristiano still 1 base all in. Going for a depths. The depths, they can help kill some probes. It's true. Prism does commit. We get 1 Stalker up. Oh, not quite. Stalkers do survive. Geralt thinking about maybe trying to catch out the Prism. Prism does go back in. Yeah, we're going for some economic damage instead. Before we get 5 probes. Before we lift up, we get the hell out of there. The Prism! Oh, we get caught out. Popping up there, the Prism will barely survive. Whew. Does live. Oh no! We need to be on hold position though. Meanwhile, Geralt gets across the map. Expansion is on the way. And we're settling down here. Now, Cristiano, with that Immortal harass, Cristiano takes a worker lead. Surprisingly, Cristiano does have a worker lead. Geralt coming in with his own drop. Geralt has to be very careful with this. Thankfully, Cristiano, not quite in position, does rotate back into his main. And we're going for the Prism. Stalker goes down. Geralt moving out with his main army towards the left-hand side. Ooh, a lot of Stalkers falling here. But we focus on one of the Immortals. Good pick up. Meanwhile, Force Fields catch a Stalker. Not bad. Geralt poised to dive back in with his Prism. The main army gets deflected. Cristiano, he's holding his own. He's moving out. He's going for a counterattack. Has to be very careful here with the Prism. Geralt turns back around. No! Does catch the Prism. 2 Immortals go down. Massive pickoff. Cristiano, he had the supply lead. And he loses. There it is. GG gets called. Cristiano, 1 misstep, 1 mistake, and Geralt ties up the series 1-1. GG. Oh my god, that was brutal. GG, well played. Cristiano not realizing where the army was, not realizing how vulnerable that prism was. And again, he had momentum. He had the supply lead. That was a big moment for Cristiano, and it all... Oh, and he just falls on his face there towards the end. All just crumbles before him. GG. Geralt fights back. We're going to game 3. We are going to game number 3. Let's go. Whew. And as we settle in, as a reminder, this is game 3. It is a tied series, but this is not the ace match. It is a best of 5, not a best of 3, so we have at least 2 more games ahead of us, maybe even 3. It is possible. It is quite possible here. So we'll see how things turn out, and again, hopefully everything's okay from the end of Cristiano. I'm referring to the pause that we had earlier. I'm referring to that pause, but it looks like we're ready to go. Looks like both our players are prepared, and we're diving into game number 3, and I'm just happy that this is not one-sided. I'm happy that this is a back and forth. This could still go either way, the way of Geralt or Cristiano, the yin and yang of Protoss in Poland. Again, both Cristiano and Geralt, they've been rising through the ranks quite well over the past couple of years. And here we go. We are getting into game number 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our red Protoss player, our Polish Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other Polish Protoss, the blue Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. Here we go. We have our setups here. Our PvP, we're getting into our 2 gate openers. Never mind, Cristiano popping off. That is a gateway on the low ground. Cristiano, it looks like he's going and setting up for a greedy economic opener instead. Cristiano, it looks like he wants to force the hand of his opponent, and he's baiting Geralt into a 1-base all-in. There it is, 2 gate opener out of Geralt. Cristiano going for a gate expand. 1 gas. Single gas opener out of Cristiano. He's going straight for that Nexus, a very greedy build. Meanwhile, Geralt's skirting around the edge. It looks like he's going for another fake proxy pylon, which means he delays his scout. It means that he's going to have a hard time punishing this. There it is. Fake proxy pylon at Geralt. And when he gets across the map, he's going to wish that it was a real one. Okay, interesting dynamic here. Very interesting. As the probe scout is coming in. He's going to be threatening that natural. Does confirm the Sim City here, the positioning, the build, the gateway, the cybercore, and the Nexus that's already almost done. And Geralt, we have to make a tough choice here. Do we play catch up and do we play from behind economically? Or do we double down on aggression and catch up? There it is, Stargate. So it's going to be Mass Adept. It's going to be... right now we have 2 Adepts on the way. I would not be surprised if we go for a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Adept as well. Would not be surprising. And Oracles alongside this Oracle. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Oracles alongside the Stargate. Probe goes down. And we... Wait, did we cancel? Okay, well, we're going for... Okay, we change our minds. I was curious. I was like, wait, what? So Geralt, he cancels the Adepts, and we see why. Because we're going for the gold base. This is a good way to catch back up. He sees your greedy build, and he's going to raise you the gold. Now, this is actually how Hero would play against Max Packs back on Royal Blood, if I remember correctly. I think it was Royal Blood. I think that was the name of the map. On that map, when Max Packs would open up greedily like this, then Hero would often punish him by rushing into the gold. Meanwhile, Pylon is going to be shut down. We did get eyes on the first unit of choice. It's going to be a Phoenix opener out of Geralt. Phoenix is instead into a Twilight Council. Speaking of Twilight Council, on the way for Cristiano. And Cristiano does have the economic lead for now. But Cristiano has not scouted the Nexus. Oh. Cristiano coming in with his Phoenix. Again, Cristiano did go for his own Stargate opener back at home. Phoenix is checking. We're looking for the base. Does confirm there is no natural, and he may misread this. Do we check the gold? We are. You can see here intentionally checking that gold base up, and it will confirm. Does spot the recall. And now, suddenly the tables have turned. Suddenly, no longer is it Geralt who has to punish Cristiano. Now it's Cristiano that has to punish Geralt. Oh boy. The pendulum swings one way and then the other. Yeah, and this Stargate, it served its purpose. We don't need it anymore. It's going to be shut down. If Geralt was going for one base all in, then we'd use this to make Void Rays, but we don't need them. Phoenix checking that main. Scouting, confirming. And we'll see what the plan is for Cristiano. That's what I'm most curious about. Looking at the army sizes here, we have Cristiano taking a slight Stalker lead. He's ahead in Stalkers. He has a Phoenix as well. Going for the third base. So is Geralt. Both players expanding. Both players taking their thirds. Cristiano is on 3 gateways. Geralt likewise only on 2. We can see Geralt rotating around. Cristiano, as he moves out, Geralt, he can backstab. Phoenix does spot the army.
Research is done. That one's been imba for years.
God, este diva. And Geralt, we have to make a choice. Okay, he's going to be committing. Is committing across the map. Cristiano Luna punishes goal base. Does focus down the shield battery at the same time. And Geralt dives into the natural, focuses down the pylon. Artosis pylon does get depowered, does go down, depowering everything. Boys are being pulled. Phoenix comes in, but it's going to be focused down as well. Cristiano just trying to buy time for a warp in. But he's only got the 2 gates. Does blink away. Meanwhile, across the map, probes are going down left and right. Every worker here at the gold. That's going to be 16 dead workers, and Cristiano loses only 1 probe. That's what? That's crazy. Cristiano only losing his army, really. But here we go. Finally, some probes are going down. We get 2 probe kills, but here come reinforcements. And Cristiano, he does recall. And now Cristiano is miles ahead. I'm shocked that Geralt did so little with his push. But Cristiano, he's got 51 probes. And he's got a massive army. And Geralt, what does he do from here? He's got 2 gateways powered. We're going back towards that goal base. Geralt going for DTs. Uh-oh. DTs are waddling in. Do we have any detection? We have nothing. We have a Robo and a Forge on the way. DTs, they could win Geralt the game, or at least they could allow him to bounce back. Cristiano on hold position. Very important. Yeah, we're on hold position instead. Geralt, he hasn't scouted, but... I'm sorry, Cristiano, he hasn't scouted, but again, pops the overcharge, saves the Stalker. Buying time, Observer does pop out. Stalkers, they get across the map. Now, Cristiano is losing pros, but yeah, here comes the Observer. GG gets called, and Cristiano takes a 2-1 lead in our grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Oh my god, a wild game there. Cristiano initially being greedy, followed by the greed of Geralt, and in the end, Cristiano, he was able to outpositioned Geralt. What's important is that Cristiano, he saw Geralt's army, and he still made the choice to move out towards the gold base. Likewise, Cristiano, he was just warping in defensively back at home, setting up his Phoenix as well. He was able to buy time, surprisingly minimize his losses back at home. And Cristiano, he overwhelmed. He overwhelmed Geralt then and there. Now we find ourselves in Game 4, potentially the final game of the series. Potentially. Cristiano, he's won the last two, for the last 2 weeks, he's been our Sparkling Tuna Cup champion, back-to-back, week after week. Can he claim 3 wins in a row? Can Geralt force the ace match? Personally, I want the ace match. I want the Game 3. I want us to go the distance here, regardless of who wins. I would love to see a Game 5, but the pressure is now on our Polish Protoss player. Which one? This one. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our Polish Protoss. The red Protoss representing System Gaming. He needs to win this game to force the ace match. It is Geralt. He needs your energy. He needs your support. Meanwhile, spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Starlight Twinkle. He has been our back-to-back champion so far in Sparkling Tuna Cup. Can he win once again? It is Cristiano. Here we go. Probe is moving out across the map. Is moving out to scouts. We do see Cristiano once again. This is crazy. This should be punished. Cristiano is going for a gate expand. Gateway on the low ground. He's lost his on Ghost River. On Ghost River of all maps. He's crazy. Meanwhile, Geralt going for a 2-gate opener. It's going to be double gas into a 2-gate opener. I would hope that Cristiano takes another gateway. Sorry, it takes another gas geyser to go for a Stargate first, but that is not the case. He's going for the Nexus. 2 games in a row. 2 games in a row. Cristiano going for the greediest build you can go for in PvP, and this time Geralt, he scouts immediately. This time Geralt does not waste his time going for a fake proxy pylon. He does confirm, and now Geralt can set up a 1-base all-in. Now, it's so important here that Cristiano chases. You can see here Cristiano intentionally chasing down this probe, needing to make sure he's able to get a read on any kind of proxy. Geralt, he expands. He modifies his build. Did open up double gas, but he does not throw down the second gateway. He's going for the expand. You can see here Geralt did cancel building as well. Curious. He may have canceled his gateway. But there we go. Does cancel. Yep, going for the Stargate. Now what's important here is that Cristiano does confirm. And we have some economic builds. Ooh, this is going to get interesting. Okay. So, Geralt just scouted the Stargate, and Cristiano just scouted the Stargate. What this usually means is Phoenix Wars. If both players are going Stargate, if both players know that the other is going Stargate, then it is crazy to go for an Oracle. You have to make Phoenixes. And then you have to keep making Phoenixes and keep making Phoenixes, and then we end up in Phoenix Wars. We'll see if a player tries to break free from that kind of, from that position, from that dynamic. There's that first Phoenix on the way. And Cristiano should be getting into his own, especially as he confirms the Phoenix production. There are some players that try to deviate from this and try to transition into Blink Stalkers, but it is so difficult to transition to Blink Stalkers, and it's so difficult to break out of this perpetual Phoenix War. 2 probes go down. Good pick off. Yeah, the Phoenix Wars, they have begun. Geralt going for a proxy across the map. Interesting. Very interesting. This could just be to reinforce across the map and go for some Adepts. Could just be for Adept harass. Geralt moves out. Has to be careful, as Cristiano does have the defender's advantage. Is up in Phoenixes. There's that transition going for a Twilight Council. This looks like a proxy Dark Shrine. Uh-oh. This looks like proxy Dark Shrine. Now, this does mean that Phoenix production has been delayed for Geralt, by the way. And we should recognize that. Cristiano, he should know that Geralt was the first to make a Phoenix, and he should have a second Phoenix. The fact that he doesn't is pretty suspect. Very suspect, and I wonder if Cristiano is able to piece that together. The fact that there was not a second Phoenix. There it is, Dark Shrine's on the way. This is a checkmate move. To go for the Dark Shrine, there's no wall off, there's no robo, there's no forge. We can make an oracle, but because right now we're so tunnel vision and so focused on Phoenix Wars, and again, Cristiano, he should realize that something is wrong. He's recalling back home. He does realize that something is amiss, but what exactly he doesn't know. Has not scouted. Dark Shrine is halfway done. But like, that recall is an interesting one. Again, Cristiano, again, he's up in Phoenix, has had no reason to recall. Unless he does feel uneasy. Meanwhile, Geralt amassing his army. Dark Shrine is about to finish. And we still do not have detection, by the way. Robo in production. We're trying to get into Stalkers. And Cristiano's got double Stargate production instead. Cristiano is still in the dark. Geralt, he dips in. Does dip in, does manage to get a couple of probes. 2 or 3 probes going down. And Cristiano, he's going to be able to shut this down, but remember, we don't care about Phoenixes, not anymore. And now Cristiano, he realizes something is terribly wrong. Here come the DTs. Blink is on the way for Geralt. Our Templar waddling in. Do we have detection? No detection available. We're getting into the mineral lines and we are one-shotting probes. Ooh, probes are going down. Now we see the observer on the way. But so much game-ending damage is being done. Geralt takes a worker lead. It's going to be 12 probe kills. 14. We shut down one and then the other. The problem right now is that we need to punish this. We need to push out. We need to counterattack. We are stuck at home. Another DT comes in. 20 probes go down. My god. Workers. We do park one observer at the natural, the other moves towards the third. Again, we're transitioning into Stalkers. Blink is only just over halfway done. We're going for a pseudo base trade though. Geralt, he's pushing. Now, what's he pushing into? There are some Stalkers that defend. There's an overcharge as well. A lot of probes are going down. Good damage. And shield battery is targeted. No overcharge here for Cristiano. Boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. DT waddles into the mineral line as well. Where's the detection? Oh, barely out of position. And Geralt, he maintains his worker lead, fully saturated at his third. And Blink is now done. He has successfully transitioned out of the Phoenix Wars into Blink Stalkers. We do see Geralt here just diving on the army, focusing down every single Stalker. Immortal has arrived, but there's no shield battery, there's no support. Can we hold on though? The Phoenixes, they lift up almost everything. They're doing what they can, but they're running out of energy. Yeah, we're running out of Phoenixes. The Immortal is exposed. It's being targeted down. The Immortal does fall. It's a clutch defense here from Cristiano. And if he had a shield battery, if he had an overcharge, he defends. 100%. But there is no sack defense available. Was not rebuilt in time. Going for another warp in. Charge is done for Cristiano. But Geralt, he's overwhelming. Again, Geralt, he has the better economy, has the larger army. And as long as we control well, Geralt should be taking this. Immortal has arrived. Going for another lift. We dive on the Immortal once again, and these Immortals are just so vulnerable. One after the other. They get focused down. Cristiano, he doesn't want to give up. He doesn't want to let up, but it's a numbers game. There's only so much he can do. Only so much. Boys are being pulled. Another Immortal has arrived. We focus on every single Phoenix. And there's the final warp in for Geralt, sealing the deal. GG gets called, and Geralt ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. It's been a very back and forth finals, very back and forth. A risky maneuver for Geralt to go for the proxy Twilight Council and proxy Dark Shrine. Very risky there at a Geralt. But Cristiano never scattered. He never scattered that area. He did eventually realize that something was wrong, but he just took a little bit too long to piece it together, and he was caught with his pants down. The DTs, they killed 20 probes. Geralt had a massive lead from that moment. And with that, GG. We have forced the ace match. One final game here to determine who is this week's champion. Will Cristiano continue his win streak, or will Geralt be the one to break it? Let's go. We have found ourselves in the ace match. Ace match is here. As it looks like we're just waiting for our players to get ready. The ace match is going to be on Crimson Court, by the way. Interesting. I just saw the chat. Max Pax, get out of his body. Ah, true. I mean, the opener wasn't bad from Cristiano. Unfortunately, just had a hard time scouting and getting a read on what was going on. But I can't imagine we're going to see another gate expand. No shot. I mean, Crimson Court's not a bad map to be greedy, especially when it comes to a faster third base, I will say that. But, gate expands. There's no ramp coming into the natural. It is a little bit more exposed. The natural, I mean. We'll see. We shall see. How spicy is Cristiano feeling? Likewise, I mean, to be fair, it has mainly been Cristiano, like, forcing responses and forcing reactions out of Geralt. But I wonder, now that we've reached the ace match, what does Geralt have in store for us instead? Let's go. Let us go. I'm gonna be an hour late to WTL. It's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long night, Bobby. It's gonna be a long night. Let's go. As here we go, we're diving into the ace match, the final game of our grand finals. It all ends here. It all ends now, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss, the red Polish Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming, fighting back, forcing this ace match. Can he break that win streak of his opponent? Can he become a Sparkling Tuna Cup champion? It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his countryman. We have the other Polish Protoss player, the blue Polish Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle. He has won the last two Sparkling Tuna Cups back-to-back. Can he win a third in a row? It is Cristiano. He's doing it again. He's going for the gate expand. This time double gas opener. Okay, so we have a gateway on the low ground. It is going to be a greedier and more economic build, but with a double gas opener, this should be a Stargate before Nexus. This is a safer variation from Cristiano. In the previous games, he did this off of one gas geyser. Here, he's doing it off of two, which means faster tech. Meanwhile, Geralt going for a 2-gate opener, and Geralt has not scouted the main. Now, Cristiano, because of this build, he is set up to defend against an all-in, or more so set up to defend against an all-in, because he should be going for a Stargate before Nexus. That will be for a safety Void Ray if there's an all-in happening. Meanwhile, Geralt's back at home. Again, so far 2-gate opener, no proxy yet. Goes to the pylon block. Zelda's on the way to shut down this pylon. The probe scout will confirm both gases, and the Stargate should soon be on the way once the Cybercore is done. There's that cancel. Second pylon gets thrown down. Cybercore is done, and there is the Stargate. Now, with the initial Stargate opener, it should be Oracle first, unless we confirm that there's an all-in happening. Should be an Oracle first. Oracle's going to be zooming out across the map to get some economic damage done. And again, we're going to have Void Ray production available if there is a proxy. But now Geralt doing everything he can to delay the expansion. Behind this, we have the counter pylon blocks as well. Double Stalker on the way for Geralt. Because we see both Stalkers, we could even just go straight for the Void Ray. There's Nexus on the way. Did force multiple cancels. There it is. There's that Oracle that we spoke about. Is going to be to harass and to scout. Meanwhile, Geralt's, what are we going for? Safety shield battery in the main base. Good choice. We are aware that an Oracle is coming. And we should be expanding. Or throwing down like a Robo and a Gateway, but that's not the case. There's no other tech. We are catching up. We're playing macro. Geralt dancing with the army. Shield battery is about to finish. Oracle moves out. The Oracle shouldn't get much done thanks to the shield battery of Geralt. Likewise, with the shield battery of Cristiano finishing, Geralt shouldn't get much done either. Gets a couple hits in on the shield battery. 2 more Stalkers have arrived as well. Cristiano has to be careful. You see Cristiano trying to force this back. At the same time, Oracle gets into the main base. Shield battery putting in a lot of work. 1 probe goes down. We get a second probe at least. 2 probes full. Shield battery still has energy. Cristiano overextending for a moment, but will retain his Stalkers. Not losing any of his own. 3rd probe goes down across the map. So 3 probe kills, not too bad. Forcing that overcharge. Blink is on the way for both players as well. We have a blink transition. And Cristiano does have a worker lead. Thanks to the Oracle and, of course, his opener. Meanwhile, Geralt getting a lot of damage done on that shield battery. It has to respect the army of Cristiano. Does have to respect it. Oracle zoned away. And we do have that second gateway finishing up for Cristiano as well. Ooh, sorry, a 3rd gateway on the way. Interesting. So is Geralt. Geralt getting up to 4 gates even. Okay. It's getting up to 4 gateways. We'll have the production lead. Production advantage. Does force the overcharge. Geralt not losing anything yet. I mean, neither player bleeding out any Stalkers, so good control so far. Okay, so once again, Geralt just going for a safety 4-gate setup before expanding. Just a safe way to expand to get into the mid-game from Geralt. Meanwhile, Cristiano, he's going to be mining through the left-hand side, and he's going to be taking his base. Oh, his base is late. He's got 600 minerals, by the way. So his 3rd base is going to be a little bit delayed. And there we go. He's going for the right-hand expansion instead. And Nexus on the way. Looked like Cristiano wanted to expand on the left, but it took him a little bit too long to mine through these minerals, so thought better of it. And the game is settling down. Cristiano still with the probe lead. I mean, Geralt with a faster 3rd is going to help. Is going to help him recover. +1 attack is on the way for Cristiano as well. So Cristiano does have the upgrade advantage. Geralt catching up with his own forge timing. So Cristiano is pushing out. Does come across the army. Does get 1 Stalker. Gets 2. Gets a sentry as well. 2 sentries. And we don't lose anything. Very impressive. Looking at the trades here, you can see Geralt bleeding out 2 Stalkers and 2 sentries, and Cristiano did not lose a single unit in that fight. So impressive control. Impressive micro. Can Cristiano do that again? As he wants those sentries, gets 1. Oh, and there we go. Finally, 1 Stalker goes down, trading with the army of Geralt. Geralt may be overextending. Yeah, this is not a fight he wants to take. a brutal moment for Geralt. Trading 6 for 6. Does catch back up. But again, Geralt is down in Stalker, so he has to be careful with how and when he pushes. He's at a Stalker deficit. Does shoot first. Ooh. Shanna forced back. We fade out the stasis. Very nice move out of Geralt. Very keen eye from our Polish Protoss. Christiana forced back once again. Gets a free Stalker. +2 is now on the way. Christiana does still maintain that upgrade advantage. Meanwhile, Geralt, he's going to be racing into Disruptors. The Bay instead from Geralt. Christiana taking his 4th. Geralt soon going to be taking his as well. But rushing into Disruptors is going to be an interesting one here. We'll see if Geralt can get away with it. As Christiana rotates around. You can see here that what Christiana's focusing on is denying the 4th. Denying the 4th Nexus over and over again. We can see that Geralt is mining through these minerals. It is spotted by the Oracle. The Oracle does confirm that Geralt is at least thinking of expanding in this direction. That's Geralt. He's catching up with... no, he's just now starting +2. Second robo is on the way, but not going for Disruptors, going Colossus first. Skillus, is that you? My god. The Colossus just started, by the way, and Cristiano, he's arrived with the War Prism. He's pushing out here and now. Yeah, big warp in. Looking at the units tab. Cristiano does have that Stalker lead. Geralt does have Colossi on the way. He has an Immortal as well. Getting ready with his Concave. Expecting the push. Shields are triggered. Colossus is going to pop out. We have the Prism. We have the Warp-ins. Yeah, Cristiano collapsing on the army towards the left-hand side. Do we have an overcharge? We go for the Immortal. Immortal goes down. The Colossi wreaking havoc. We have to focus it down. Does take some volleys, but it will fall. Yeah, and it looks like Cristiano just has an overwhelming army with the better economy, with the better trades early on. That leads to just a mass amount of Stalkers, and even with the Colossus, even with the Immortals, it's not going to be enough. The Stalkers are going down. No shield battery, no overcharge. This third base, it's going to fall. Geralt trying to hold on as best he can. He does have Disruptors on the way. It's his only chance with his robo units, but it's just a numbers game here. In a mirror matchup, it's brutal. And Cristiano camping the production. Disruptor has arrived. We can focus it down without much issue at all. And it's happening again. 3 weeks in a row. We're going for the hat trick here. Boys are being pulled. And Cristiano, he cannot be stopped. GG gets called. Cristiano becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. God, I almost choked to death. Ugh. GG, well played. Congratulations, Cristiano. Coming out on top in Sparkling Tuna Cup 46, 47, and now 48 as well. 3 weeks in a row. Cristiano cannot be stopped. GG. Cristiano just messaged me. He said, 3 weeks in a row, papi. 3 weeks, papi. GG, well played. Very impressive, but a big shout out to Geralt, because you don't make a good finals with just a champion. You make a good finals with a good challenger as well, and Geralt, he held his own. He forced the ace match, which is more than I can say for Nightmare. If you remember, last week, it was much more one-sided. Cristiano had a much more one-sided series against Nightmare, so yeah, Geralt, he was able to pose a greater threat here against Cristiano, and this could have gone either way. You know, like, I still stand by it, even though Cristiano has won 3 weeks in a row. In my mind, still, Geralt and Cristiano are very comparable in skill. They're very close in general here, and they go back and forth. They do trade maps, they trade series. And Cristiano, he's been, again, kind of winning when it counts most as of late, in these finals and, you know, in WTL as well, but Geralt can definitely bring that out of himself as well, and I expect a reign from Geralt on the horizon. I expect a championship at some point, in regards to the Sparkling Tuna Cup, so GG, well played. Cristiano winning 3 in a row, and we'll see if he can win 4 in a row next week. Again, as a reminder, if you're maybe tuning in for the first time, and if you're maybe unfamiliar with our tournament series, this is the Sparkling Tuna Cup. This is a weekly open tournament. We bring together all the regions, Latino America, Oceania, Europe, South Korea, all around the world. Players, they do congregate here for the Sparkling Tuna. And yeah, we'll be back next week. We'll be back next weekend, same time, same channel. See you then. Meanwhile, we're an hour behind schedule when it comes to WTL, so we're going to be playing catch-up. We're going to be ending the stream here. The stream will end just because I have to change the overlays and change the delay. So the stream is going to go offline, but it should only go offline for a couple of minutes. Then it's going to come back online, and we're going to be covering World Team League. Now, because we're behind an hour, I'm going to be casting from the beginning. We have the clean feed, and the clean feed is like the VOD of the clean feed is available, so we're going to be casting from the beginning. So these games are going to be an hour delayed, essentially, or an hour late. If you were watching Wardy, because I believe Wardy is live casting WTL right now, if you're watching that like on another monitor, no spoilers in the chat, as we're going to be experiencing it ourselves for the first time just an hour after the fact, just as a heads up. So yeah, with that, we're going to be heading off for now. Again, congratulations to Cristiano, a shout out to Geralt as well, and a shout out to all the other competitors that we had here tonight. If you enjoyed the broadcast, if you enjoyed the CranKy Ducklings, the tournaments, the players, then consider supporting us here on Patreon. Our Patreon is set up to fund our tournaments and to grow our tournaments. Right now, our Patreon is just funded enough to host our events, and you can see there our Patreon, the amount that we make, and our goal, which is there as well. Right now we make 212 a month, and the goal is 320, and right now 100% of that goes towards our tournaments. Our goal is to grow the event and pay out top 4. Right now it's top 2. Right now only top 2 players actually make any money in our tournaments. We would love to spread the love and spread that prize money and pay out top 4, but you know, it does depend on how well our Patreon does. So if you're interested, you can support us there. Otherwise, a follow is all that we ask. A follow on Twitch, a follow on Twitter, a follow on Facebook, a follow on Instagram, a follow on YouTube, as we also live stream on YouTube as well. Shout out to the people that were tuning in over on our YouTube channel. We do live stream on both platforms at the same time. And because we're streaming on YouTube, the VOD is available on YouTube right now. The VOD is there, under the live tab. The VOD is there. So yeah, with that, we're going to be heading off for now. Again, the stream is going to be going down for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to be back with WTL. See you soon.